Good morning everyone and welcome to this SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live here at Wilton Mill for round 5 of the Wilton Mill Kart Club Championship here in 2026. It's great to be back here once again. Actually missed the last round, but great to jump back in on this action. I'm Reeve Taylor, alongside me, and I'm very delighted to be joined by him, is Mr. Kieran Mogg. How you doing, Kieran?
I'm not bad, thank you. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm very well, very excited to be back here. 1,200 metres worth of corners to negotiate here in Northamptonshire. Of course, it's a track that many in the karting community know well. And here for round 5 now, the championship begins to heat up ever so slightly, but we're hoping that the weather does the same as well, because over the night and into the morning, bit of rain that is hopefully clearing up and getting some good racing conditions for our drivers.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, this morning as I was driving in, the rain just absolutely hammered it down. And even this morning as we're setting up the cameras, there was a bit of rain coming down onto the circuit. So there is, you can kind of see a bit of well, it's not exactly a dry line because the karts haven't been out on track, but it is starting to dry a little bit now that the sun is coming out. There is a little bit of a breeze out there as well, which is helping to drive that track for the drivers, but it is still going to be drying conditions. So for the first couple of races of the day, they will be having to try and navigate those track conditions for the first time. So that's going to throw in another spanner in the works for these drivers this morning.
It will indeed, Kieran, but plenty of racing to come up this morning to try and get that track dried up. First up will be our Rotax Junior Maxes, followed immediately by Senior Maxes. Then we've got our Rotax X30 Senior and 177s. Juniors, Rotax Inters, Honda Cadets, Rotax Cadets. So many heats. I will list them as we head further into the day's worth of racing. Of course, the morning, the heats are free to air for everyone on YouTube today. Before we head into our final show later this afternoon for our SlipStream members. Big thank you to all of those who do to take part in that SlipStream membership. As I say, morning heats are available to everyone, but do click that join button or link in the description if you want to jump in on the finals action today. Big thank you to all of you who do. The stream is subsidised by those SlipStream members, and it just simply wouldn't happen otherwise. It's an anytime rolling sub if you do want to join in, so you can jump out at any time. But if you do miss that those finals later on in the afternoon, in 7 days they will be available to the wider public, available to everyone later on.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's about time we go into the very first race of the day.
Here we go then, first heat of the day. In a moment, we're going to take a look at some of our competitors. Let's see what familiar names we have got, who's vying for that championship, because as I say, it's already that part of the season. Well, on the front row of the grid, it's Tom Reed and Blake Southern, followed by Jensen Walker and Max Wheatley. Row 3 contains Archie Ray Watson and Aidan Clark, followed by Jack Beasley and Finn Davenport. And row 5 is Tigran Gregorian and Nathan Rond. Then we have Harrison Bishop and Oliver Peters on row 6, followed by Max Bogsal and Aston Tab on row 7. Oliver Barton and Miles Cleworth on row 8, Jack Corser and Jensen Evans complete row 9. Final part of the grid, then we have Oliver Dawson, Harley King on the 10th row, Ollie Healy and Alexander Stefanov on row 11. Then we have Lily Shaw and Layla Fitzgerald completing row 12. Lachi Yordanov, Leonardo Pelagi on row 13, Joseph Berkery and Henry Robinson on row 14, Luis Alfonso Gomez on row 15, followed by Mile Burton completing our 30 kart grid for our Rotax Junior Maxes. So Tom Reed is a driver that immediately kind of stands out to me in that field, vying for the championship as we head further into this season. Of course, has a very good starting point for this first heat of the day, so has a real opportunity to get the day started off well.
Indeed, yes, it should be an interesting one. Obviously, these drivers are fairly used to the circuit now. There's obviously a couple of drivers that will be a little bit less familiar with it, but overall, there's always some action, no matter where in the pack that you look, and that's one of the great things about karting clubs like Wilton Mill, in that if you join in, it might be your first ever time even racing in a kart, but there's always going to be somebody that you can kind of race against and learn from. Now, obviously, the guys and girls at the front of the grid, they are the pros here. They're the people that they want to be kind of chasing after. But that doesn't mean that some of the people further back can't have a randomly good race and all of a sudden find themselves vying for an overall podium. But obviously they've got a couple of different races today throughout the day, so they've got to be very careful about trying to go too hard too quickly. They need to make sure they're looking after themselves, the karts, the tyres, and to make sure they come back in one piece.
Absolutely there. We can actually see one of those drivers with the black number plate on their card, so perhaps more of a novice driver, a bit more of a newcomer to the club overall. But as you say, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for those drivers to have a bit of a scrap, have a bit of fun out on track. I mean, plenty of opportunities. I remember a couple of months ago when I last commentated here, some corners that you wouldn't immediately think, you know what, we're going to go 4 wide there, but we absolutely are, particularly in those finals. It's often I find a bit of a crescendo throughout the day, really. Those drivers are very apt. They are proper racing drivers. They do have their wits about them, and they'll play you know, sensible at the start of the day, but as we head in towards those finals later on this afternoon for our Slipstream viewers, we're going to see some really interesting racing, I think.
Oh, we 100% will, yeah. And the thing about Wilton Mill as well is it prompts such good overtaking, no matter kind of where you are on circuit. Obviously, they're coming out onto track now for their first couple of laps. But the circuit is actually really quite wide in parts of it. I don't know how many laps you've had around Wilton Mill, but it's fantastic, especially coming up to Christmas Corner here. We've all seen some of the fantastic overtakes that people have made. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago in the British Championship, Macaulay Bishop, he went right around the outside from 3rd place up to 1st in one corner, which is astonishing. Into Ashby there, as you can see down the hill. That is one of the fantastic overtaking opportunities, but it's also incredibly difficult. There is a bump on the left-hand side, exactly where you want your kart to be. So as you're in the braking zone, it can kind of throw your kart a little bit off balance. That's something they've got to think about. As you come through the middle part of the circuit here, going down towards Osiers, it's quite tricky because these curbs are really big on the inside. You see there as they come through the heel of the boot as well. That curve, it's obviously quite still quite new, came out in 2024 to kind of try and make the track a little bit safer for the drivers. But it adds some really kind of interesting racing because as you come around the boot, take it a little bit too wide, and then you're in a completely compromised line going through that chicane, and then all of a sudden, as you come down the start-finish straight, you're in a compromised position. The person behind you might get a really good run into oblivion. And so no matter where you are on circuit, there's always somewhere that you can overtake or be overtaken.
Yeah, it is a fabulous venue. I actually haven't had the opportunity to run laps on this newer layout myself, but I do know there are probably a few more veteran drivers perhaps that will still be surprised by the alterations towards the end of the boot. Yeah, as you say, very good reasons for that, and it is brilliant to see these drivers cascading down through oblivion as we start our race. You see a sea of karts basically running at very high speeds indeed, so looking forward to getting underway with our Rotax Junior Maxes very shortly indeed. And as I said, that championship fight is right at the front of this pack, obviously, and we're going to be continuing that on throughout the day.
Indeed, yes, and obviously what we're probably going to see is a couple of drivers working together, especially in the heats. They want to just get those positions, get those points ready for the finals later on when they can just knock 7 bells out of each other. But as we come round here, all of formation is okay, I think. So let's see, are the lights going to go out? Yes, they are. We are racing. So into turn 1, and just about got the 242 going into the lead, and he goes a little bit too wide. But look at the gap he's got already, and you can see there, the track surface is very wet. All the drivers trying to find that temperature in the tyres, trying to find the grip, and already he has just driven away from the rest of the pack.
He has indeed. A bit of a tussle going on with the likes of Southern Walker and Wheatley into that first corner has just gifted Tom Reeve a beautiful opportunity at the very start of this race. Now it's a case of head down, keep your wits about you, get into a rhythm in the remaining 8 minutes of this race. It's a small race, of course. They're all heats this morning, so it can be quite difficult to get into that rhythm sometimes, but I think these drivers are well versed and going to do a rather good job of that as we head down through Osiers now and in towards the end of the lap through the boot. We go then, and all the field already beginning to settle down ever so slightly, taking up a single file formation as we have the number 371, that is, no, sorry, 377 there, of Gregorian having issues already, and that is going to be a cart out. What a shame for Tigger, and hopefully we will see a bit more from him later on today. Yellow's being waved then through the run into Christmas, so that already robs these drivers of an important overtaking opportunity early on in this lap, and that just makes it a little bit more, it builds the pressure a little bit more as we already have 6 minutes of this race, very short format race as I say, and those overtaking opportunities are going to have to be used to their maximum really. As we can see, Reed looks over the shoulder now, all of a sudden that comfortable race lead that we had just beginning to escape a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. But you've also got to think about the fact that Reeves he's kind of the what's the word? He's the first one to get to the track at any given point. So he's the guinea pig. That's what I was looking for. He's the guinea pig. He's trying to find. Oh, he's got the 101 spin around. That is Lachi Yordanov. So it's not a great start for him. But yeah, so Tom Reed, obviously, he's the guinea pig. He's trying to find the track surface, and everyone else can behind him can see exactly where he's going. And if he slides, they go, okay, well, I'm not going to go there then. Simple as. So it's really difficult if you are a Tom Reed. If you're a Blake Southern, it's perhaps a little bit easier.
Potentially, but I must say Reed is responding well to that challenge. Fastest lap goes to Tom Reed, a 48.32. That's a couple tenths clear of what anyone else has been able to achieve so far today. So maybe, I mean, obviously it's very early days in terms of the day's racing, as we see a great scrap here heading through the chicane. Beasley, Wheatley and Clark as Blake Southern, just as I say, Reed has the fastest lap of this race. Proves me wrong there and takes the 47.41.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at it. He was a couple of tenths quicker on that last lap, and so he's gained about 3 tenths overall, I think. So the gap is now 8 tenths of a second. And what you are going to find is you can see there that you've got Jensen Walker, Aidan Clark and Max Wheatley all working together. Blake Southern is just kind of by himself a little bit. So what he really needs is them guys to stop fighting, catch up to him, so then they can kind of work together to get up to Tom Reed. So at the moment, it's just in a bit of no man's land waiting for something to happen.
Absolutely. So 4 minutes left to go. This is when you start to think, am I just going to be content with this position for my first heat of the day? I mean, I'd be very happy with the podium. Not that I'd ever really have any chance of getting one, but I'm sure that racing driver instinct does potentially kick in and think, you know what, second isn't going to do. We've got to start off the day on the right footing as he improves that time further still. That 42.27 is new fastest lap.
I think racing drivers are very predictable creatures in the fact that, like, are we happy with where we are? Are we number one? No, so then I'm not happy. Simple as that, basically. So they're all just going to be pushing as hard as they can. You can see as well that Blake has already just closed another gap. He's set another fastest lap, that last one. The gap is now 6 tenths of a second. So Tom Reed looking a little bit vulnerable at the moment. 4 minutes remaining, 6 tenths of a second the gap. Obviously, you know, in racing that's still quite a big gap, but if you look at it on the track, it's not a massive gap. So as they come back over the line, another fast lap for Blake Southern, this time 2 tenths quicker. The gap, again, come down by 2 tenths to 0.4 of a second. So potentially, come the end of this race, Blake will be right on the top of Tom, and hopefully we can have a nice little battle for the lead in the first race of the day.
That would be brilliant, wouldn't it, Kieran? But this shows great mental aptitude, I think, from Southern. He hasn't been disheartened by that lap one, where he saw that gap build up. He's just got on with it, been able to close down that gap. And as you say, Reed's in that position where he might be a bit experimental with the track conditions. It might be a decent gap in terms of what the timing says, but as you say, on track, maybe one small error here or there, that is going to very quickly turn around this race. And as we had a great look into Ashby's there, you get a really good sense from that camera angle, I think, of just how much work is done on the braking by these drivers as to how much the kart changes dynamically into a slower corner.
It's very, very difficult down there as well because you're carrying so much speed. It's quite an open corner, but it's also quite a tight corner. It's a bit of a juxtaposition, to be honest. So as you're going down there, you've got a really tall curb on the inside, so you want to try and avoid that. You've got a really tall curb on the outside, so you want to try and avoid that, but you also kind of want to straight line it as much as possible. So getting the braking right down there is actually very tricky. Even in sort of slower karts, so driving these karts, it's going to be very, very difficult to try and get that braking right. And, I mean, it's a props to all the drivers for the fact that we haven't seen anybody make a mistake down there yet.
Let's hope the commentator's curse doesn't come into effect this early on in the day. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. See some great overtakes into Christmas, and we also see Blake Southern that's closing up and overtaking Tom Reed as they cross the timing line and on to that next lap. So this race has been a slow build for Southern, but in the final 2 minutes, fortunes do reverse. Now all of a sudden, the leader becomes the follower. Now Southern potentially on the defence. Let's see what Tom Reed can do. Yeah,
100%. Now, obviously, he's got the benefit of being able to follow Southern and kind of see, right, where are you kind of going? Where can I find the additional grip? And if I look at the lap times recently, so yeah, Southern was actually 6 tenths of a second quicker on that last lap, so I think Reeve must have made a little mistake, because obviously we're following the battle a little bit further back. So yeah, must have made a mistake, because he was lapping in the high 46s before. That previous lap for him was a 47.3, essentially. So yeah, he's definitely lost a little bit of time on that last lap, but obviously, like I say, he can now follow Southern around and go, right, where are you finding the time? And also, now I'm not the guinea pig, I can kind of be a bit more experimental than you can. Blake Southern has got to be a little bit more careful. But for the time being, they're sticking together, so this is not over.
certainly not over. And as you said, maybe they might be leaning more towards that working together aspect of things early on in the day. You know, they've realised we've got a great lead here. This is going to be great for the further heats today for our junior maxes. That's going to be Heat 8 today, a little bit later on, and the Heat 15, that final race before we kick into our finals, which will be viewable by our SlipStream members this afternoon. And a quick note on our broadcast viewers and SlipStream members. Obviously very thankful and grateful that you're all here. However, some of you are sometimes a little bit wrong, as Lewis Jackson in the comments says, you beat all of these, Reeve, and that is not quite correct.
All but one. All but Blake.
Oh, very doubtful. I might beat them to the track in the morning. I don't know. That's the only way that I'm ever going to be ahead of these drivers.
I think they were here before
you
this morning.
They're definitely here before me this morning as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw them walking the track before I saw you in here, to be honest.
Probably.
So, yeah, I'm afraid you lost this morning. But, you know, you can jump in a rental car and I'm sure you'll beat these Rotaxes. I don't see a reason why not.
That would be great viewing, actually. You know, we discussed extra bonus content for our SlipStream members. Watching Reeve head round Wilson Mill, that's hours of entertainment, hours for a lap as well.
Yes, I've always been quite an advocate of trying to get all the commentators together to have a race, because, you know, you get people like Andrew Mather, who's done a fair bit of karting, and obviously Henry Bodett, who've done a fair bit of karting. They'll be quite quick, and then you've got some other people that haven't done quite as much. And yeah, where would you put yourself in that list, do you think?
I'm in that second category.
In the second category.
I've got lots of university championship experience.
Right.
Years ago,
yes.
And that's as far as it went, really.
We should probably focus on the race, shouldn't we? Because there is actually a battle going on track while we're too busy talking about how we do against each other. So coming down into Ashby right now, we've got a bit of a defensive line from, I can't quite see what number that was, to be honest. Is that Max Wheatley? I think it's... No, sorry, that's Oliver Peters in the 165, as he's obviously defending off Watson, Beasley and Bishop behind him. So he's got a bit of a tricky one at the moment. Yeah, you can see there the 165 on the side of his car. Coming through the boot, you can see just how much wheel work he's having to do to try and keep it all a bit of a touch there between the 270 and the 171. That is Jack Beasley and... did I read that right? Was it?
That's 270 and Max Beatty there, and that might have been Aston Tab there. Oh no, 17 and Miles Clever.
Yes, there we go.
Miles Clever.
Never mind, we got there in the end. But side by side into Christmas Corner as well, as you can see, they're just trying to defend, just trying to find their lines at the moment, and they're just tripping over each other at the moment, which is allowing now Oliver Peters to start pulling away from them, which is not what they want to do. Obviously, at the moment in these heats, all they're trying to do is try and get as many points as they can towards the final, because the more points they get, the further up the final starting grid they are. So, kind of tripping over each other is not really what you want. But Blake Southern comes around the final corner and takes that first heat win of the day. As we cut back to this little battle to try and see who is going to come out on top.
Seen a few drivers come through the boot then, and this has been a really intriguing race so far, and it's certainly not over for this quintet of cars as they navigate their way around that final corner. It is going to be the number 28 that crosses the line in the end, leading that charge. Waiting for the final few carts to come across the line there. That's our Junior Max action completed for a little while then. Certainly not the last of our Rotax action, because we're going to jump straight into our Senior Maxes.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, they'll be coming out in just a moment's time for their first heat. Okay, so, speaking of, let's go to Senior Rotax.
Here we go then. Senior Rotaxes will be out in just a moment. But looking back on that race, and I think a great way to kick off the day's running, that it's one of those races where it's not potentially, it's not out-and-out wall-to-wall action, but it's just that gamesmanship that I really like to see. You know, the dynamic of the championship leader fighting at the top end, and the race, you know, slowly building up. I'll be really intrigued to see what we have for our Senior Rotaxes, because we're at that phase of the championship, as I say, where we're going to see that throughout all of the fields that we run today. The Senior Rotaxes as well, the likes of William Webb, Alfie Thompson, Luke Richards, all vying for points at this phase of the championship, where there's still the opportunities as we head into the further rounds as well to pick up a couple of points. Well, quite a few points, of course, but we're already getting an idea what that championship picture is going to look like now. We're past the halfway point.
Yeah, absolutely. And even as we kind of go into all these races that are the heats, you know, they're not the finals, they're not kind of counting towards the overall sort of end of the day. It's interesting to see how different the different classes kind of race against each other, because, you know, as the drivers get a little bit older, they get a little bit wiser, sort of, and they start racing in a sort of more methodical way, almost. You know, there's the whole joke about the juniors sometimes a little bit crazy, and they'll just kind of, right, if there's a gap here, I'm going for it. Whereas seniors might kind of think, should I go for that, or should I kind of duck back in and then get them a little bit further in the race? And so it's interesting to see sort of how different the dynamics are as they grow older and go into each of different categories. It is minute, but obviously with how much racing we watch, you can start to pick out those differences.
Definitely you can. So let's take a look at some of those drivers that are going to be taking part in our senior Rotax running. Then it's Oliver Smith and Victor Hansen on the front row of the grid. William Webb and Finley Jones complete row 2, followed by Callum Sims and Harry Freeman on the third row of the grid. Moving on to row 4, then it will be James Tester and Ollie Ortu, followed by Jean Bennett and Jugas Pravalonis. Then we have William Forber and Noosh Safa Leathers on row 6, followed by Miles Roby and Ethan Martin on row 7, Kieran Edson and Ryan Hedge on row 8, Ruben Mamalok and Freddie Leppenwell on row 9. Then we have Michael Dalton and Dylan Norris completing cars 19 and 20. Then we have Jacob Smith and Pasha Tamashvand on row 11, followed by Ellis Beattie and Molly Griffiths completing the 12th row of the grid. Dexter Collins and Dalton Norris complete row 13. And rounding out the field we have Cal Dickens and Arminus Zabaruskas completing our 28 kart grid for our senior Rotax Max running.
Pretty packed grid then, so there's going to be action no matter where you look, and the seniors always put on a good show. You can see them just coming through this wonderful shot there around the top end of the boot, I think that is. So they've got a couple of laps just to kind of get their tyres up to temperature, to see where the wet patches are on the track, and you can kind of see a dry line starting to form now around the track. The rain hasn't kind of come down for, I'd say, a little over an hour now, I think it was, since the last little downpour that we had this morning. And so the track is definitely drying, but obviously the tarmac will disperse of the rain very quickly. The grass will not. And so if they put a wheel just a little bit into that grass, they're going to absolutely lose control of that kart. So they've got to be so careful at the moment. And it is a bit deceiving, really, if how dry the track can appear versus how wet the grass can be.
Yeah. Absolutely, we're at that awkward phase of the morning where the sun also still hasn't come out yet as well, so it hasn't kind of had that oven effect on the track almost. Our drivers are doing a very nice job of getting formed up though, as they will be heading down those tram lines in just a moment. We escape the alterations to the run from the boot for our formations, navigate that final corner, head towards those tram lines, hear those revs rise, run down to oblivion, and we get to go racing by the looks of things. We are good to go. Smith versus Webb on that front row as we run through the oblivion. A little bit of a touch there. Sees a few drivers having their races off to a bit of an unfortunate start there, but down towards Christmas we go for the rest of the field.
You can see Oliver Smith there went straight into Christmas in the bang centre of the track, trying to defend against William Webb, trying not to let him get past at all. A bit of fighting in the mid-pack, but everyone just trying at the moment to try and find their position in the pack and start to work with each other to see sort of where they're, the inside of there. I think William Webb goes into Ogiers, and I think he's just taken the lead away from Oliver Smith now, and he does. So he now leads this 28 kart pack.
Yep, nice race start there for Webb as we run through the boot. Now all in single file, these drivers saying there's nothing to be had here. There's no major overtaking to be found just yet. Although we do go a little bit side by side as we run through that final corner and down towards oblivion yet again. 47.25, but we need a more representative time in a moment.
Yeah, look how close Oliver Smith and William Webb are as they go up towards Christmas, and you can see there that Callum Sims has got a charging Victor Hansen, Finley Jones and Harry Freeman right behind him as well, so he's having to try and defend for his life at the moment. But it probably is wise to work together, because that gap between William Webb and Callum Sims at the moment doesn't seem that massive. As I say that, they start to fight. So, Commentator Curse is real. Yeah, so they don't want to try and let that gap get too big. So they want to try and fight towards the end of the race. You can see there now, Callum Sims, because of that little action in that little pack, he's started to gain some time over Finley Jones, Harry Freeman, James Tester and Victor Hansen. Hansen went from 4th down to 7th with that little move. So that's not a great start to the race for him. William Webb and Callum Sims just trying to find Oliver Smith at the moment. Up the inside there goes Victor Hansen on James Tester, and he takes 6th place back away. So he's not out of this little pack just yet. Up the inside there goes Harry Freeman on Finley Jones to take the 4th place away. And they will not stop fighting. So you can see there, just in that action, trying and find their positions away, that gap has started to gain a little bit, and it's only inching at the moment, but the more they fight, the more that gap goes away, and the less chance they have of getting in the top 3, getting those points for a good position in the final.
Indeed, but we're already getting towards halfway distance in this race. The time has absolutely flown by. It's been a very exciting race for our seniors so far as we run down towards Christmas once again. 2 by 2 we go. Didn't quite get to see how that overtake finished, but another great run down the inside there for the 3.93 of Dijon Bennett. They're up a position into Christmas. Actually started this race in 9th, so on a bit of a recovery drive is Bennett, but they are the type of moves you need to be making at this phase of the race if you wanted to get those points back.
100%, and then obviously down in the middle pack as well, where he is at the moment, there's an awful lot of people he can be fighting against, and there's an awful lot of positions that can be made, so you've got to be aggressive up to a point to try and work your way through the pack. And this is kind of the mind games that you tend to find, especially the higher up you go, because you always see drivers working together no matter what age group and what class you're working with, but it's far more, I don't quite know what the right word is for this, but they're more methodical, and it can be a bit more of a, right, do I trust you or do I not trust you with working together at the moment? Because if I trust you and then you pounce on me, right, I've lost out. Do I trust you and you work together? We both gain. So there's that kind of give and take, and up to a point they don't trust each other, but they have to sometimes. So it's definitely a bit of a mind game in every single race, and that's kind of why we love it. 27-21 going together, James Tester and Victor Hansen 6th and 7th, just trying to gain on Finley Jones at the moment.
They are indeed having a look through the pack. Some big movers. Freddie Leppenwell, 7 places gained in the first 4 minutes of this heat. So a fantastic run for the number 56 plated cart there. A few other big movers as well. The likes of Molly Griffiths up into 19th, made 5 positions in this race so far. But Freeman flying along at the moment and nearly matching his previous fastest lap of the race so far.
Yes, indeed. He's about a 10th off it at the moment. And interestingly, the lap that he's just done was 0.02 of a second slower than Oliver Smith's last lap, which also happened to be his quickest lap. So we can see here that basically the entire, what is this? We're looking really at the top 7 people are all within, what's the time? About a 10th of one another in lap times. It just goes to show, like, positions don't necessarily mean that the quickest is at the front. And so don't really know what's going to happen. Going up towards Christmas Corner again, you've got 2 pairs again. They're slowly trying to work together, I reckon. There must be Harry Freeman and Callum Sims, because that gap between themselves and Oliver Smith and William Webb is just growing as we look at it. And yeah, even at the lap times, Oliver Smith and William Webb, the last lap around, were 0.3 of a second quicker than Harry Freeman and half a second quicker than Callum Sims. So they need to work together if they want any chance at trying to fight Oliver Smith and William Webb.
Maybe this is what they're kind of deciding to do now is, right, we know the lay of the land, we've got control of this race, let's work together, break away from that pack. And you've mentioned already, Kieran, I do think these initial heats are all just about getting the lay of the land and, you know, seeing what your competitors are like today. Because, you know, these guys will know each other very well indeed. These guys and girls will know each other very well indeed, but they're not going to quite know what that racing driver is like today at this track in these conditions. So that's what all these heats are all about. It's getting ready for those finals later on.
Yeah, exactly. And even though the track conditions might change later on, there is so much that you can learn just about your competitors in the way that they defend, the way that they attack, the way that they want to work together, when they work together, when they kind of try and, you know, underhand you and kind of pounce on you when you're not looking. And so there's so much information and data they can take from it that isn't just the actual data they get from lap times or sector times or whatever. So there's a massive amount of learning for these drivers to do while they're also trying to defend or attack against the people around them. They'll also be kind of looking at the lines that people take, because even though, up the inside, sorry, just a second, I believe that was Victor Hansen and Finley Jones going side by side a bit, oh no, sorry, Victor Hansen and James Tester side by side a bit further back. They seem to have settled it for the time being. Yes, what I was saying, so the drivers are they're taking different lines at different points, and so they've got to understand about, even though they're in this championship and they've raced on here before, all the drivers around them know the track very well as well. There's different lines that can be taken for different points and different scenarios. So if you're defending, if you're attacking, you want to kind of look at, right, what's the fastest way around while also not giving my opponent any opportunities? If you're attacking, what's the fastest way around while also trying to sort of put the other person on a compromised line, or potentially try and set up an overtake? There's so much to think about in these early races that have an implication for the final later on today. They've got multiple races and they'll already be thinking about up the inside there. I believe that was Finley Jones. Sorry, James Tester, I think it was. I didn't quite see the number, but I think it was James Tester on Finley Jones. So I believe he is up into 6th place now.
30 seconds left to go in this one then. Smith and Webb controlling things for a little while. Have built up that gap as we thought they might have done. Freeman still with some great pace, but is definitely controlling that upper midfield action for the time being. Not long to go left in this one. And I believe I can see the odd raindrop or two on a camera at Christmas potentially. It might just be a little bit of something else, might just be a little bit of other debris, but I think there's a very small rain spot. And I'm not going to play weatherman here, but we might see something over the next couple of heats.
Yeah, that would definitely throw a spanner in the works for absolutely everybody. And also, you've got to think about the fact that they set up these carts. What have they set up the carts here? Have they set it up for dry conditions? Have they set it up for drying conditions? Have they set it up for wet conditions? You just don't know. That's another kind of variation they can think about, that they've got to really kind of, between them and their mechanics, make the right decision, and the wrong call can mean that you are seconds off the pace, really. So there's a lot at stake, really, in drying conditions. That's why we always say rain is the great equaliser. It brings the great out from the mediocre.
It certainly does, and obviously a lot of worse. We see nearly an attempt at a 3-wide run into Christmas. I think the drivers thought better of it as they came into the later phase of the braking there. But so much work goes into prepping these carts for these events. I can attest to it. Last night in my hotel, look at it, it was a cart being prepped and having its engine tested, which is not a complaint. It was a great noise. But we head through Osiers now on that final lap, a race which Smith and Webb have ended up gaining control of and breaking away from that pack. They run through the boot into that final corner. Oliver Smith heads on to the start-finish straight and takes the checkered flag. Webb brings it home in a second in that championship fight as well. Sims rounds out your podium. Freeman and Jones complete your top 5s. We do have a little bit of a skirmish by the looks of things on the final corner.
Yeah, they're just about everywhere, just trying to obviously get those last couple of positions. See side by side out the final corner there, and I think just about, who was that? Was that Carl Dickens and Ellis Beattie, I believe it was, coming out the final corner side by side? Yeah, right till the very bitter last end, they are trying to fight for a position. That's why we love it.
We certainly do, but we say au revoir to the Rotax Senior Maxes for a little while. That will be Heat 9 is when we're going to see the Rotax Senior Maxes next out on the track. Oliver Smith, William Webb, Callum Sims starting their day off well, but watch out for Harry Freeman. I think he had a great turn of pace in this morning's action. There's going to be more action to come later on as well. As I say, that's it for our Senior Rotax Maxes. Up next will be our X30 Seniors and 177s.
All right, the third class of the day, the X30 Senior and Senior Max 177s. It's the big boys, it's the experienced drivers, and it should be a very interesting race, this one, between the two classes. So here is the starting grid. Oliver Meek and Finley Allen on the front row, followed by Bailey Brooker and Archie Heron. Archie Forber and Jensen Buckingham on the third row of the grid. Then we've got Daniel Kahov with Oliver Kian, Isabel Banks, Ella Rue, Herman Wright and Lath Khan. Then on row 7, Mark Hennings all by himself in 13th position. Unlucky 13 there, unfortunately, for Mark, but hopefully it's lucky for him. Yeah, so what you were saying about rain spots. At the moment, I think we're all good. But what I am noticing on the trees in the background, look at that wind.
Yeah, wind's really picked up. So I'm not enough of a meteorologist to immediately make a diagnosis of what we can expect to see from that. But what I can tell you is that the drivers might feel that as they particularly head through the high-speed stuff on this track.
And looking at the direction of that, it's probably a tailwind down the start-finish straight, which will mean as they come out of that final corner of the boot, down towards Oblivion, they're going to get that sort of tailwind pushing them along, hopefully up to the kart in front of them. So potentially... this is all the camera operator yawning there. So heard it in our ears, I think it's a bit of an early start for everyone. But obviously the camera ops out there doing a fantastic job already in these opening couple of races. But yeah, so that tailwind is just going to be pushing the karts along and giving them something else they've got to think about, as if they didn't have enough already.
It certainly will. And it's a slightly more condensed grid for the Senior X30s than perhaps that we would usually see, and it's going to offer big opportunities like Oliver Meek, because his championship rivals, at least as far as I could tell, not present at this round. So this is a great chance to capitalise and grab a few points. If that is the case, obviously drop scores will come into effect at some point in the season, but could be a very telling day for the likes of Oliver Meek, who starts this race in a pretty ideal position.
Indeed, he does. Obviously, just like the laps, just like the races before, they're going to have a couple of laps just to kind of get that eye in, see where the conditions are, try and get their temperatures up and in the right operating windows. So the drivers will be kind of driving around right now, trying to warm up those tyres and just kind of having a bit of an exploration. They've already walked the track this morning. They'll have seen what the conditions were like at a preliminary kind of example, but now they're actually in the kart, they can get a proper feel of it, and all of them will be testing it out. Like, there is so much to think about. We've been talking already about how much there is to think about during the races, but just overall in an event like this, at every single point during it, there is so much to think about. You can see there that we're all kind of trying to follow the traditional racing line, see where the grip is like, try and flip the kart out onto the curbs there, see what the grip is like out there, go on to the second lap where they can just give those tyres another lap of hopefully heat into them.
Of course, recently there would have been a rate. We're at the height of the season now in terms of not just karting, but all forms of motorsport, open wheel cars, even hill climbs, you name it. Everything's going on at the moment. So there will have been plenty of races recently, and probably races that have been in much higher temperatures. It's probably going to be a bit of a return back to what we usually expect from British weather in terms of maybe 20 degrees in summer, as obviously typical that we do not have the best weather in the world when we want to go racing. So as I say, these drivers might be getting used to those more regular conditions. Of course, plenty more opportunities to enjoy some sunshine at Wilton Mill. August 7th through to the 9th, the British Kart Champs will be back here as well, so plenty of action in 2 weeks, so maybe we might see a few familiar names as well. But yeah, different scenario than what we've enjoyed over this action-packed summer so far, perhaps today.
Yes, indeed. We've got a bit used to having the heat wave, and so I think a lot of Brits at the moment look at the sky going, clouds, I remember those. But anyway, third race of the day, come round the final corner, into the tram lines. Let's see, do we go racing? It looks good to me. Lights are out, and we are racing. So straight over to the inside goes Oliver Meek to try and defend that position away from Bailey Brooker. Come round the outside, but that's 3 wide for the lead. Meek, Brooker, Allen up towards Christmas. Who's going to come out on top? I believe around the outside, but a little bit of touching there, and I think they just managed to get through in one piece. And I believe that is Oliver Meek still in the lead there. Yes, he has. He's managed to keep the lead there, but you can see there that Bailey Brooker has dropped down to third position, maybe even fourth at this point. They're still side by side trying to find their positions. So we've got now 15th of Archie Forber up into third place. We've got Finley Allen in the third place. Bailey Brooker has dropped down to fourth place now. So it is all happening on the opening lap of this race.
It really is. Archie Forber was the driver to try and hang it around the outside early on into Christmas. That's the type of move that we like to see. That Jesus up for a fantastic day's worth of racing. And Forber up into third, as you say. Heron up into second. Meek controlling things, and as we said, is going to try and put himself in the best position for those finals later on today to bring home those points while his championship rivals might not be present.
Yes, absolutely, and he did very, very well on that first lap, just to try and get in front of them initially, and then he got quite lucky as they all started to fight behind him. He pulled a little bit of a gap. However, Archie Heron immediately on the pace, because look at the gap he's already got. So over the line last time around, it was nearly half a second that Oliver Meek had brought. I'm looking at it right now, and it's not that. As you can see there, Bailey Brooker trying to defend from Philly Allen, coming through the heel of the boot. The train is still alive and well. You can see there, Archie Heron, he's just at the fastest lap. The gap, 0.07 seconds up towards Christmas corner. Are we going to see a move? Does he go defensive? He sticks to the left-hand side. No, they're working together at the moment. He sticks in the wheel tracks of Oliver Meek, does Archie Heron. So for the time being, Oliver Meek is safe. See there that Archie Forbert is just in a bit of no man's land. He's squashed in a sandwich between two pairs. The pair behind him are Bailey Brooker and Philly Allen, also trying to work together, trying to close that gap up in front of them. There they are on screen now. Bailey Brooker and Philly Allen, both in very bright liveries. I love it. It looks fantastic there. Coming round the hill of the boot, you can see there that Philly Allen just had a bit of a look, but he couldn't quite make any moves. Bailey Brooker was just in the right position at the right time. Round the final corner, but there we go. Archie Forbert is looking a little bit compromised now. Through Oblivion, up towards Christmas corner. Are we going to see a move? It's in the wheel tracks. Look how close all three of them are. Here we go. Are they going to move? No, they're staying in position. So for the time being, they're working together.
They are indeed. Yeah, I was expecting to see a brief little look, a bit of return of favour, perhaps, was what we saw from Forbert on lap 1, but well played by those three drivers there, deciding let's not let Meek and Heron escape our jaws this early on as we run through Ogiers now and towards the end of the lap. Allen actually setting the fastest lap of the race last time around, so even though they're in that train, that strategy of not battling is not costing them time. If anything, it's saving them time, of course, and they're going to be making sure that they are involved in that fight into the second half of this race. Meek still controlling things, then just takes that fastest lap of the races. Now maybe we might be seeing that changing all of a sudden. Now it might be the case that Allen and Brooker decide, let's settle our differences before we go for a podium. At least that's how it looked into Oblivion. Things once again though settling. The not doing. Oh no, into through Ashby's we go. There we go, down the inside. Nice move for Allen.
Absolutely, it's fantastic, an opportunity move, and already, so you can see there that Brooker has just lost another position to Laith Khan going into the top of Wilkins as well. So that's a bit of a bad lap for him at the moment. He's lost 2 positions in essentially 2 corners. So not brilliant there, but Laith Khan now up into 5th place, trying to chase after the pack. And you can see there, just by going for that move, the gap that's now open between themselves and Archie Forbert in 3rd position. And even, to be honest, Oliver Meek has just started to pull away a little bit. The gap was 4 tenths over the line. Last time around, he was near as makes no difference, 2 tenths of a second quicker. So he's definitely sort of finding some time out there, is Oliver Meek for the time being. Archie Heron just trying to hold on to that gap, but if anything, he's starting to look a little bit vulnerable to Archie Forbert.
Is indeed a bit of a resurgence in the second half of the race then for Forbert, who had a impactful start, not literally, just in terms of getting his name out there and putting on a good show for us, but seemed to have faltered after the first couple of laps, but seems to be right back on it now and ready to charge in the second half of this short race.
Yes, indeed. You can see now that the pack has just sort of settled down for a little bit in this middle part of the race. I'm sure we'll see something. Yeah, I think 2nd place probably the closest thing on track. I'm having a quick look actually, just to see if there's anything closer. Actually, no, I'll tell you what, 10th and 11th place with Ella Rowe and Oliver Keenan looks quite close at the moment as well. But I think potentially with the battle for second between Heron and Forbert, 2 Archies on the grid, I think that could be an interesting one. You can see there, Archie Heron in that very lovely designed sort of, I'm colourblind, so I can't tell what colours they are, but it looks very nice to me. And Archie Forbert in that bright white helmet, very recognisable for both of them. It's interesting actually, on a completely different tangent. White helmets used to be very, very common, and nowadays you don't see many of them. So if anybody's got a white helmet, speaking of, white helmet goes up the inside towards Chris's corner. He takes that position away from Archie Heron, now up into 2nd place. The gap he has got to Oliver Meek is basically a second now. So in that move, he's then allowed Finley Allen to close up to him. So it's a trio of karts now in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And to be honest, Laith Khan is not that far behind in 5th either. So we've got 2 minutes remaining in this race. Can they work together to try and close that gap to Oliver Meek? Because he's taking advantage of them lot fighting at the moment, and he's done that to a brilliant extent. Round the final corner, let's see what the gap is this time around. It's 1.34 seconds. That is a tall order to try and close in the last minute and 40 seconds of the race.
It certainly is, and Mika's just put on a fantastic performance. Another fantastic performance. I do want to shout out Leith Khan, who you mentioned, 12th on the grid, up to 5th, so has worked their way up through halfway through the pack. Really nice effort there from Carl, the number 78 plated kart. But yeah, Meek currently controlling things very nicely indeed. Now is a chance where we'll kind of make a judgment, I guess, over this next lap as to whether it would even be remotely possible if Forber can do anything from here, as we see what the times look like now that Forber's effectively been released almost in this final part of the race.
Yes, absolutely. And interestingly, Leith Khan obviously set the fastest lap of the race. Arguably, Slipstream, got some drafting from the karts in front of. However, Oliver Meek's fastest lap was only 0.05 of a second slower in completely clean, without any help. So, he's very, very quick at the front, is Oliver Meek. Up the inside there, I believe, that was just someone being lapped. So, is that Mark Hennings, I think it was? Let's have a quick look. I think it's...
Yes,
it is
looks
Hennings.
like Mark Hennings.
Yes, indeed. So, obviously, that is, like we were talking about earlier, there's a big sort of, not a gap, but the difference in skill level as they're coming up the inside now. Archie Heron got that place back away from Archie Forber. This pack of 4 karts for position, 5 karts in total now is making this very, very interesting. So going up towards Christmas corner once again. Can he make any sort of move? Up the inside he goes, takes second position back away from Heron. Heron on the inside once again as we come to the top of, here we go, side by side into Ashby. It's 3-1, I can't even tell. Right, let's see who's come out front. I think it's Archie Heron in front. Then I believe, is it Finley Allen in second?
Yeah, then I'm going to say it's Forber and then Bailey Brooker. Bailey Brooker worked their way up into third there in the middle of this pack at least. Obviously, that's 5th overall, but fantastic effort from Brooker there, who's now feeling like they're ready to go for a move. Number 59, Heron, seems to have settled down a little bit more back in the lead of this pack once more as we start the final lap for these competitors. Given all this squabbling, Meek has absolutely cleared the pack now. Is going to be cruising on home at this point, but it's certainly not over yet as we head back into Christmas. Heron, followed by Khan, who started 12th on the grid, no less, and is now in with a shout of the podium, followed by Brooker, followed by Allen.
Yes, indeed, yeah. In that fighting, Oliver Meek, 4.2 seconds, the gap now. So he is absolutely gone and away. But we're still focusing on this second place battle because it is not over. Leith Khan stuck to that rear bumper of Archie Heron, going up towards the boot now. Can he make any sort of moves? See that Oliver Meek just coming through the boot now. For the final time, takes that race win. Fantastic effort for Meek, but here we go. Across the line now, let's see what the gap is. Archie Heron still takes it away from Leith Khan, Bailey Brooker, Finley Allen and Archie Forber. So, I think they well and truly discovered where each of the strengths and weaknesses were, because they couldn't stop sort of discovering that entire race. That was absolutely fantastic.
It was indeed, particularly the spanner in the works of a little bit of a lap traffic to negotiate as well, which brought that already hotly contested pack even closer together. Very enjoyable race there for our X30 seniors and our 177s. We're going to be seeing those drivers at Heats 10 later on in the morning, but yeah, as you say, great way to kick off the running for our X30s. A bit more X30 action comes up next, so it's our X30 juniors.
All right, X30 junior time. We've already spoken about the juniors always giving us some interesting racing, and I'm sure this one will be no different. So, what do we reckon? It's I think the track is drying a little bit now, but here is the grid. Max Mason and Nathaniel Hodges on the front row, followed by Finley Hines and Brandon Edwards. Then we've got Charlie Blenkinsop and Logan Lauder on the third row of the grid. On the fourth row, we've got Harry Watson and Ethan Windsor. So, still a fairly condensed grid, but we were speaking about a condensed grid on the previous one. They gave us arguably the best action of the day we've had so far. So a smaller grid doesn't necessarily mean that the racing is going to be any sort of different or any worse in some cases. It can sometimes be a lot better because there's less people to fight against, so they can kind of go, right, I'm after you, I'm coming for you, and they all go for one person, which is great fun. Apart from that person, they don't enjoy it as much, but that's besides the point. But yeah, track conditions I think have dried out a little bit more now. Obviously the grass is still going to be quite wet. And I think the wind has died down a little bit. There's still a little bit of a tailwind going down the start-finish straight. But for the time being, rain is holding off. I haven't looked at the forecast. I probably won't, because it's a bad idea to, because it will mean absolutely nothing. But yeah, for the time being, it seems to be, touch wood, holding off.
It does indeed. And it's definitely interesting conditions here today because, well, certainly it feels it in the comms box. It does feel quite humid in the air as well, so it's not going to be affording the track that much of an opportunity to really dry out. So we will have to wait and see. Hopefully that sun comes beaming down. I mean, I'm happy with any weather conditions. I mean, it's a real test of the rain, and I'm sure we'd have some great running if that were the case. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what we get today. And you mentioned those more compact grids that we've got. I do think, I mean, I have plenty of experience being at the back of a grid. And I wonder if it's just that mental thing of, actually, you know what, I can see the race leader. Yeah. That maybe spurs the drivers on and makes the driver go for that opportunity a little bit more than perhaps that they otherwise wouldn't have, and equalises things out a little bit. So interesting to see that we're going to have this mixed dynamic today of some slightly more traditional grids and some more compact grids as well. I
mean, it's like that old thing of the drivers always say that they prefer chasing someone because they've got a reference in front of them. And that's a big motivator. And like you say, because they can then see the leader, that's a bigger motivator. They can see what the leader's doing. Whereas if you're 28th in the pack, for example, you can see maybe up to 16th really, and the rest is just a blur of smoke as they're on the grid. And then after that, they're just gone. So you can't really get a good enough reference of what the leaders are doing. Whereas in grids like this, they can see exactly what lines they're taking. They can sort of see where their braking points are from a couple of karts back. So there's a lot of information that they can learn from the leader, even when they're 8 karts back. So it's a very big sort of mental difference. And we talk about sort of the mentality of racing quite a lot because it is such an important part of it. These athletes, and it is right to say athletes, because they are operating on the very limit of capability at every single point during these races. Not only physical but mental, trying to keep their concentration, because a blip of concentration means potentially a penalty, an accident, maybe an injury. So they've got to be so on it. But coming around the final corner now into the tram lines, the smoke and the revs are rising. Do the lights go out? The lights go out. We are racing.
Great run to oblivion then. It should be a fairly easy pickings with a slightly more condensed grid as we run through up towards Christmas now. A nice start for Hodges there, who has no major competition, while Mason and Edwards decide to have a little bit of a squabble into that run through Christmas. Have a mechanical flag for Ethan Windsor. I imagine that's something, well, it could be anything, I guess, but that the officials have noted from outside the tracks. Hopefully he's able to get his kart back working properly for the rest of this race.
Indeed. We saw Brandon Edwards up into Christmas corner trying to make a move. Up the inside now goes the 27 of Charlie Blenkinsop against Logan Lauder. So he's now taken 5th place away. Yeah, Brandon Edwards tried to go around the outside of Max Mason into Christmas. Didn't quite make it work, but fair play for trying. It's not an easy move to make that one. But first lap in the bag. 0.3 is the gap at the front. They've already sort of settled into position, but you can see there that arguably Nathaniel Hodges is looking a little bit comfortable behind Max Mason at the moment. Mechanical flags for the rear bumper, thank you very much to Luke, our director. So that's what the mechanical flag was for Ethan Windsor. Rear bumper obviously has come loose or something, some issue there that the race control have noted about his car. So he will unfortunately have to come into the pits. But yet, arguably, Nathaniel Hodges at the moment looking a little bit stronger than Max Mason. So as they come around the final corner this time around, let's have a quick look at the gap. So here we go. Over the line, and 0.4 was the gap. So he's actually gained a little bit. But he's right in the wheel tracks there. A little bit wide there goes the 27 of Charlie Blenkinsop trying to defend. There we go, is the 87 of Ethan Windsor in the pits now for that mechanical flag. As the race continues at the front, you can see Nathaniel Hodges just following in the wheel tracks of Max Mason, just trying to see where he's gaining the time and what he can do about it.
Yeah, great laps so far from Mason. I must say, I do love the noise of these X30s, that high-pitched kind of shriek almost as they make their way around the track. It is brilliant.
Yeah, it always throws me up when you're walking through scrutineering afterwards and they're emptying the water out of the engines, and you just see water flying out of a jet like, nearby. You kind of jump and go, what's that? That should be doing. Oh, yeah, it's water cooled, that's why. So you're walking next to Rotaxes, and they don't have to do that. But then, like, even for example, in the paddock, there'll be a massive pool of water go, well, something's happening. Oh, no, they're just draining the engine. Yeah, no problem. That's fine. So sometimes, for those of us that aren't mechanics on these karts, it can throw you off a little bit. But, yeah, they're fantastically maintained, and the X30s are fantastic engines as well, so it's always good to watch them. And such a great class as well. The X30 worldwide is one of the best classes in the world. But Max Mason looking a little bit vulnerable now against Nathaniel Hodges. Hodges has just closed up a little bit, so let's see as they go over the line this time around. Last time was 0.3, it is now 0.2, gained a tenth of a second and a fastest lap in the process, a 46.15 up the Christmas corner. Can he do anything? They're sticking the wheel tracks. You can see there, Max Mason had a bit of a look over his shoulder. Nathaniel Hodges, it was a bit of a twitch on his car just to try and unnerve Mason out of that position, but for the time being, they are completely line astern, no mistakes for the time being.
Yeah, I think this is a field of drivers that have realised kind of what's at play today, what the wider context of the championship looks like, because, you know, as we say, more condensed grid, so why not just all have a level play field? And it's, you know, that's a nice approach to take, and maybe it'll change for the finals later on for our SlipStream members. Do join with the join button or the link in the description if you haven't already. But we could see a change as we have there for Max Mason, who heads through that final corner with a bit more pressure on him now to run through Oblivion. Bit of a wide run there, it's cost him a lot of time, cost him some momentum. He looks over the shoulders now on the run up towards Christmas. But all things seem to settle his look back towards the further end of the pack. Yeah,
you saw Nathaniel Hodges there as they came through the corner, as obviously Max Mason had gone a little bit wide. Up the inside there goes 56 of Brandon Edwards on Logan Lauder. But yeah, Nathaniel Hodges, as Max Mason looked behind him, he kind of did the communication of, let's work together, I'm not going to overtake. And it looked for a moment like he was going to, but up towards Christmas, they stayed line astern. They're just trying to build that gap with two Finley Hines behind them at the moment. So for the time being, it wouldn't make a massive amount of sense for them to start fighting. But speaking of fighting, this pack are starting. This is the pack for 4th position. Charlie Blenkinsop, Brandon Edwards, Logan Lauder and Harry Watson, all coming through Oblivion now, all pushing the very limits. Up the inside looks Brendan Edwards up the inside of Charlie Blenkinsop, but he can't quite make the move. He's not quite close enough for the time being. Round the right-hander into Ashby. Defensive goes Charlie Blenkinsop, so he clearly feels the threat. Side by side now to the top of Wilkins. Can he make any sort of move? He tries to look at the inside, but no. We've got Charlie Blenkinsop keeping it covered for the time being towards the boot now. Side by side again, gone very defensive, but Brendan Edwards cannot make any sort of move through the boot. There's not a massive amount of opportunity for making an overtake here unless there's a mistake, which for the time being, I think they've all kept it nice and clean.
They have indeed. Great little quartet battling here through Oblivion. We go down towards Christmas. Still single file for the moment, although as soon as I say that, side by side we go. On the defence then is Blenkinsop. Positions his kart pretty well there to make sure it's going to be a tough overtake around the outside. A bit of a switch back though. It does seem to up the ante a little bit. Edwards has a look down the inside, potentially that turns towards the outside as we run down towards Oceans, of course. And we once again return to single file action. This is the type of defence in which Blenkinsop is certainly costing himself time now, but not that matters all that much. I think Charlie's quite content with the idea that they are not going to get any more than 4th in this race, and they're just clinging on to that.
Yeah, 100%. And you saw there at the start of the lap, Brendan Edwards, when he was trying to sort of start a move on Blenkinsop, he was also having to think about the fact that Logan Lauder was right behind him, also trying to make a move on him. So he's got to think about not only, right, how do I attack, but how do I defend? It's an extremely difficult position to be in. But because of that little sort of concertina effect of them coming together, that meant that Harry Watson was able to join in the party, start to sort of put a bit of pressure on Logan Lauder. That then took the pressure off Brandon Edwards as they all opened up a little bit. And even though Harry Watson had dropped back just a little bit from the pack, he's gone straight back into it now, and they're all really close together. As they came over the line last time around, the gap was about 9/10 of a second between the 4 of them. So, yeah, they're quite close.
That they are indeed, all within one camera shot, pretty much, in fact, half the field all within one camera shot. There's Blenkinsop nearly nearly finding himself overtaken running through the first corner there, which is not all that traditional in that first phase of the corner. At least through Christmas we go, still leading the charge out of this group. Quick hello to Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, who says, morning everyone, and is watching from Rara. Andrew, I think you might have missed your compliment from Kieran before about you driving.
No, I didn't say anything. Don't worry, Andrew. I didn't say a word. Also, Andrew, are you not supposed to be commentating today?
He can do both at the same time, I'm sure.
He's a multi-talented man.
Yeah. Thank you for the
Andrew
shirts,
Mather.
by the way, Andrew. Not that anyone can see them, but there we go. Nope, can't hold it correctly. There we go.
Oh, you got a DDM shirt. Oh,
Yeah.
very lovely.
Yeah.
Very snazzy. Yes. Speaking of snazzy, this racing is also quite snazzy. As you can see there, that Brendan Edwards has just started to pull a little bit of a gap now, and arguably Blenkinsop is under pressure from Lauda there. So potentially that's something that's going to happen. Up the front of the pack for the time being, Hodges can't quite make any sort of inroads into Mason. And so let's go back to this battle for 4th place. And exactly as I said, I don't think that Edwards, sorry, I don't think that Blenkinsop has got the legs on Edwards. He's closed up again. So ignore completely what I just said, because this trio are back together. And it seems that every time the three of them start to come back together, Harry Watson's just struggling a little bit to try and keep with them. So clearly, maybe he's got a bit of a setup issue with the kart, or he's having some sort of issues with grip. But up the inside, so around the outside, sorry, up the inside was Charlie Blenkinsop. He's got the position now away from Brendan Edwards, up into 4th position, goes defensive straight away. And so Charlie Blenkinsop up into 4th now. See there that Edwards is already trying to get that position back down towards Ashby, side by side, hard on the brakes, gets that position back, and up the inside now goes Logan Lauda. Has he done both of them? I think he has. He's gone from 6th to 4th. That was very opportune there from Lauda, just trying to see where that gap was. As soon as they come together, right, there's my opportunity, I'm going for it. And so he is up into 4th place. Final lap now, been so confused, so busy with that. Max Mason comes across the line to take the win over Nathaniel Hodges, Finley Hines, and Brandon Edwards around the last corner. He's got that gap, he's got that 4th position. Fantastic opportune driving there from Hines, followed by Lauda, followed by Edwards, Blenkinsop, Watson, and obviously Windsor had to come into the pit a little bit earlier on. So, whew, what a race.
That was brilliant stuff. That first heat today for our Junior X30s, and already we're seeing karts absolutely on the ragged edge there, under braking in particular. You can see the car desperate to rotate around the absolute limit of grip. That's what we like to see as they ran into Ashby's. Brilliant stuff, as you say. Just goes to show, as we were talking about, these condensed grids offer a real opportunity. We've got a proper mix of fields today, so looking forward to seeing what more we are going to get. That's it for our X30 running for a little while, though. It'll be, as I say, race number 10 and 11 from today's action this morning. Up next, though, it's going to be our Rotax Inters.
All right, the Rotax Inters, one of my favourite classes actually this is. They always put on a good show, and hopefully today they prove me right again. I'm hoping so. Well, starting grid, here we go. Got Noah Wilco on the front row with Charlie Page, followed by James Roots and Josh Cook. Then we've got Eddie Duncan and Rio Panatoyu. Followed by Flynn Grantham, Otis Clearly, Dean Singh Bahal, Lewis Herbertson, George Whittam, and Will Eden. Then Elliot Bork, Edison Burrows, Marley Fisher, Preston Howard, Charlie Heffer, and Thomas Laidler. Then we've got Noah Hobson, Henry Algar, Ethan Coupland, James Carver, Sika Komatsu, and Santiago Simeone. Then Leonie Dorrington, Jake Hansford, Billy Grommet, Roshan Bakhta, Ellie Romato, and Harry Carthy. Then Mohamed Umar Abdeen and Logan Rolfe to round off the back of the grid. It's a big grid, this, and as I was going through those names, I was remembering there's a lot of big names in this.
Yeah, absolutely. There are the likes of Dean Singh.
There's someone off on the infield already.
That's all right. We're just testing conditions out on track. We're just getting familiar footing with the track at this phase of the day. Of course, you mentioned big names. Dean Singh Pahal, obviously Micromax champion last time around. So certainly has a lot to prove and has that momentum behind them potentially.
Yes, we've also got James Roots, Charlie Page, Josh Cook, Got, hold on, let me get it. We've got Logan Rolf and someone else as well, can't remember. But yeah, all of these drivers have had some sort of experience in the British Championships, have had some sort of experience overseas as well. These drivers are particularly quick, and so I'm not going to be surprised to see some fierce battling with them today. Obviously, you mentioned Dean Singh Bahal, a very, very accomplished driver already at such an early age. I followed Dean for quite a number of years now, has never failed to disappoint, so I'd imagine today will be absolutely no different. The cars are already starting to form up as we get onto the back straight towards the boot, so just trying to get into position, ready for this race start. You can see there the weave on the tyres, trying to get the heat into them before this race gets underway. Don't forget, although we've already had, 4 races this morning, this is the first time that these drivers have been out, so they're learning the track conditions for the first time, hence why we saw a little mistake on that first lap. But as they come round the boot now, they're all in line astern. A couple of drivers just weaving to try and get that final bit of heat into the tyres, give them the best chance as the race gets underway.
Here we go, then a big field to navigate their way down the tram lines, hearing those revs rise, and racing on the way. Wicklow versus Roots versus Duncan versus Page through Oblivion we go. Not very fraught at all. Everyone keeping their wits about them into Christmas we now go. No major challenges, potentially a run down the outside there, but Wicklow controlling things nicely from the front end of the pack.
Yes, indeed. And we saw there that James Roots has had a bit of a slow start, and so that allowed Noah Wilklow and Eddie Duncan to get straight in front of him up towards Christmas Corner. You can see that James Roots is just trying to get back in front of them, and Eddie Duncan was just not letting that happen. He was on the absolute limit, almost pushing Noah Wicklow into the corner. But you can see that the line astern of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts in this initial pack, a little bit of a gap, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they haven't got away from each other. Like, no, just look at this massive train. It's fantastic.
Yeah, there we go. I think the British rail issues are sorted here at Wilton Mill, because we have a very big train here today. Pahal making fantastic grounds on track here, making up 5 positions from the start of this race. Josh Cook, who has been champion 2 years ago now, correct me if I am wrong there, has lost a couple of positions but still in that upper end fight. But Pahal, as we say, a big name who has already made great inroads, up from 9th on the grid.
Yes, indeed. Very opportune in that first lap, and you've got to be really, especially with a grid of this size, you need to really be looking at the positions. And speaking of positions, up the inside goes James Roots on Noah Wicklow for the lead of the race. Had a little bit of a gap back to Dean Singh Bahal, and that has gone completely. Look at this train as they fly over the curbs. That is such a great shot there from the camera operator down at the boot. Into Oblivion now. Once again, look how close they are. James Roots is just trying to keep there. And you can see there, Noah Wicklow was like, right, come on, let's work together, let's work together. They are aware of that charging stampede of drivers behind them. They want to get away from that. As much as we would love to see it, they don't. They want to make it a 2-horse race. It's easier for them. I'll say on behalf of all fans, please don't, because I want to see a massive battle. You know, I know that you want to kind of make it a 2-horse race. We would like to see a massive 7-horse race for the battle for the lead, but never mind. You can see that Dean Singh Bahal just starting to pull away a little bit. So that working together between Roots and Wicklow is starting to work. Up the inside there goes Eddie Duncan on Dean Singh Bahal. So starting to make those positions back that he lost at the start of the race. Up into 3rd place goes Duncan.
Yeah, lovely move there. Just goes to show he's going to be fighting throughout the pack here in this rather large field for our Rotax Mini Inter division. Through Christmas go once again, and we're seeing another race here, I think, where drivers really do have the wits about them, deciding we're only going for these moves when they really count and when they're really available.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of, Dean Singh Bahal wasn't very happy about being overtaken and gone straight back up the inside, side by side, but has to lose the place again because Eddie Duncan sticks on the right-hand side and goes straight around the outside of Wilkins. So down into Osiers on the back straight and towards the boot. Look at the gap he's already built over Dean Singh Bahal. And Bahal now in a sort of compromised position with Charlie Page right on that back bumper. Charlie Page, we know Charlie is a very quick and capable driver, and Charlie and Dean have raced together before before a good couple of times, so they are going to know how each other operates. So this should be a really interesting fight. As we see, the number 26 of Fling Grantham in 7th place, just trying to hold off Josh Cook, Lewis Herbertson, Elliot Borg, Rio Pataniu. There's a few of them he's trying to hold off. So he's doing a very good job at the moment, just trying to keep those behind him. Side by side as they go into Ashby. I think the time being, they've kept in the original line that they were in. Now, speaking of the line that they were in, Eddie Duncan has just started to pull away from Dean Singh Pahal, and Otis clearly up into 5th place, so it is changing every which way you look up and down this field. You look away for 1 second, there's about 10 position changes.
Yeah, absolutely. They are so close together. Top 17 positions covered by 5 seconds. Entire field pretty much covered by 13 or 14 seconds. This is really close running. No windows, no possibility of any type of error or mistake. It's going to be very costly indeed in this race.
Yes, indeed, as well. It's yeah, there's a lot of drivers, and like we were saying earlier, there's always a battle to look, no matter where you're going. Say, we see there, I think that was Charlie Page, just going a bit defensive from Josh Cook, and Page and Cook obviously know each other very, very well. They've raced together for many years, so they're going to know again how they operate. Right behind Otis Clearly, I think they are at the moment. That's the number 12. So that is. No, where am I looking? Sorry, give me a second.
No problem at all as we run through the boot once more. Still that now traditional, now familiar single file formation for these Rotax Mini Inter drivers. And through Oblivion we go up towards Christmas. We're seeing a little bit of a skirmish here, side by side, switchback action.
As Otis Clearly, Charlie Page and Josh Cook. Page just getting a little bit of contact there from the back of Clearly's bumper, and that's go straight on. That allows Josh Cook to get up the inside and take that 6th place away from Charlie Page. That is not the last you're going to see of those three battling, not just in this race, but during the day as well. Up the inside once again. I think that was Josh Cook on Otis Clearly as well. So Cook, in the space of about 3 corners, has gone from 6th into 4th, I think it is. 7th into 5th, sorry, I do apologise. Side by side coming into the boot there, the 153 that is holding off Fling Grantham, the 26 behind him. So there's a lot of moves happening up and down the field at the moment. Coming through Oblivion, once again, 2 minutes remaining on the clock. They all go onto that rumble strip on the outside, just trying to hold off each other, trying to find any gap and any traction that they can as well. So I think this is the number 122 of Otis Clearly and 144 of Charlie Page at the moment, just trying to battle as well. No matter where you look, I'm trying to keep up with it. There's so much happening.
No, there really is, as you say, no matter where. Even stories like in the mid-packet, we've got the likes of number 32 of Logan Rolfe. That's their first competition of the season, their first round of the season, and they have made up 16 places in this race so far. A mighty effort.
Yes, indeed. Logan Rolfe is a very accomplished driver as well. I believe when did he start? Was it right to the back of the grid? Give me a second. It was the back of the grid. Yeah, Logan Rolfe, known for doing all sorts of different classes, both in the UK and overseas as well. So I'm not surprised to see Rolfe climbing those positions so quickly. What I don't know is why he started so far down. Maybe he had an issue in qualifying, maybe he had his lap cancelled. I don't know what the issue was. But I'm not surprised to see him so far up. And obviously, with Logan Rolfe, you expect him to be at the front. He's normally racing the Charlie Pages, the Josh Cooks, the Dean Singh Bahals. So we expect him to get up to those at some point. And by the final, I'm sure he will be with them once again. So the fact that he's gained 17 positions so far is pretty damn impressive. You know, that is by far and away the biggest mover. To give you context, the next biggest mover, actually there's a couple of them, all of which have 4 positions. So James Carver and Zayn Komatsu, then you've got Otis Clearly and Dean Singh Bahal, equally all up 4 positions. I take that back, Logan Rolfe is now 18 positions, so just made up another position. So we're hearing in our ears Logan Rolfe was disqualified from qualifying, so that's the reason he started so far down. So obviously unfortunate start to the day for him, and actually he's under investigation again, is Logan Rolfe, for some reason. I don't know why. You can see it on our timing screen. So hopefully that won't be too much of a bad thing for him. As we get to the final closing seconds of the race now, there is half a second between the front two. This pack of karts, there is basically half a second between the lot of them together. So this is probably one of the most interesting things on the track at the moment. We go on to the final lap now, side by side up towards Christmas Corner, going defensive already, just trying to stop each other from gaining those positions. But yeah, these drivers, they've got a lot of unfinished business going into the next couple of heats of the day. So I don't even know where to look, I'll be totally honest. I'm impressed with the camera operator trying to find one thing and following it, because there is so much happening everywhere you look.
No, they do put in a fantastic job doing the camera ops. Not a job that I've actually done myself. No, I've never given it a go. Probably for the best, potentially.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
But we see the number 133 of James Roots navigating that final corner, taking that checkered flag. A really strong, confident race towards the end there for Roots. Wicklow fighting early on in particular, ended up losing out, unfortunately. Eddie Duncan started 5th and completes the race with a podium. Otis clearly as well, 8th on the grid, up to 4th. That's a nice little effort from Otis there. Then we have Charlie Page. Dian Pahal makes up 3 positions overall in the end. Josh Cook, Flynn Grantham, Lewis Herberton and Elliot Book complete your top 10 of this well-contested race.
Yes, indeed. I said it before the race and I'll say it after the race. Rotax Inters, one of my favourite categories. It always puts on a show. The drivers in it are fantastic, and they're at that point in their careers where they've got that mentality about them, where they've got a bit more of maturity than they did in the lower classes. But they haven't got quite to the point where, and I don't mean this in any sort of negative way, where they're not sort of thinking through as much as the seniors do. They just see a gap and I want to go for that. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to sit back, eat some popcorn and enjoy this, because it's always fantastic fun. But that doesn't mean that we haven't got some greater action coming up, because next up, we have got the Honda Cadets. All right, Honda Cadets coming up now. And you were talking about the engine noises. So obviously we've heard the Rotax, we've heard the X30s. Now we're going to hear that very recognisable sound of that Honda engine. It's basically known the world over. It's one of the most popular engines in all of karting, and there's a very good reason for it, because it's brilliant.
Yeah, but they certainly do know an engine, don't they, Honda? I mean, my background's much more in road cars, but even then, you can you can always hear a Honda from a mile away.
Oh yes, especially if it's like a Type R or something.
Yeah, a little bit of that
it's
VTEC.
a VTEC, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe we'll hear some of that today. I doubt anyone's fitted VTEC to those, but
idea. If anybody's listening and can fit VTEC to a Honda Cadet engine, please do let us know, and we will come and just love it.
Yes.
Anyway, we should focus on the racing, shouldn't we? So yeah, Honda Cadets, one of the best categories that you will ever see. It's such an accessible category to get into. The engines are fantastically easy to work on. The chassis very easy to work on as well, and the drivers, yeah, they're very, very competitive. See some people there just enjoying the cafe and amenities here at Wilton Mill. I've not actually been to the cafe. I've got someone waving. I don't think she's waving at us, but she's waving at someone. So we'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Hello. I don't know what your name is, but hello, lady. I hope you're okay. I hope you're having a fantastic day today.
There we go. Broadcast highlights already.
Indeed.
Already sorted there.
Indeed. But here is the starting grid. First position, we've got Callum Ryan, Jesse Bailey on the front row, with Krish Doshi and Louis Dawson on the second, Freddie Williams and Kian Doherty on the third. Then Ethan Hulbert and Teddy Morton on the fourth row, Oscar Watson and Felix Bessel on the fifth row, and rounding at the back of the grid, we've got Joey Comber.
Certainly in comparison to our previous category, a slightly more condensed grid, but as we've already not just discussed, but already experienced today, that does not mean that the racing is going to be any less at all. But yeah, really looking forward to this one. I think what I've missed, Kieran, is while we've been enjoying our racing, is you've accidentally kicked off a bit of Nigel Mansell discourse, courtesy of Andrew Mather.
Oh dear.
Andrew kind of assumed that you were being disparaging about his driving, and then started to, as he often does, started talking about the West Midlands and Nigel Mansell. And so he's gone and started commentating on his broadcast today now, so he isn't here to hear this anymore. And now we've got Motorsport Magpie saying, why don't you grow a Mansell tash, Kieran?
Because I have the face of a child and I cannot grow facial hair. That's a different issue entirely. I'm going to have a look at these comments. I probably should have been looking at them initially, but let's have a quick look. What's Andrew said? Because I was actually being quite complimentary of
You're being
him.
very complimentary. What Andrew has said is, whatever it was, particularly it was negative. I'm not taking any comments from my driving, and you'll find it.
Right, I can see it.
Yeah.
Can I just say,
Yeah.
right, we had a race together about, was it 2 months ago, I think it was. Yeah, it was the start of May that we raced together, and I beat him. Yeah, we did have a bit of contact. He even admitted he turned in on me, but that's besides the point. I beat him, so I will claim that. But yeah, it's right. We're going on Racing in 10. So yes, enjoy your commentary today, Andrew. Thank you for joining in. Always good to obviously chat with you. I wasn't talking negatively about you.
Any excuse to talk about Mansell.
Yes, he does. He's a fan of that. And also, speaking of back with the Honda Cadets, one of the good things about it is standing starts. That is quite a rarity in karting. You only really see it with the Cadets and the gearbox karts. So, what's happened now?
We'll get back to the racing, I think, but we have set up a goal for you to grow in Mansell Tash, and I've already contributed £2 towards it. So I'm £2 worse off, but feeling better for it. Green flag is being waved on this grid. Ryan versus Bailey at the front row. Not long to go. We still have the 5-second board before this standing start. This adds a new element to the race, really. The driver's going to have to get this start underway. Don't want to bog down too much, as we have had for the number 18 of Oscar Watson. A novice driver in this category, unfortunately not kicking off proceedings the way that they would want to, but the rest are underway. Bailey and Ryan make their way down to Christmas. Absolutely,
yeah. You can just see that he just stalled on the grid there. He couldn't kind of make any moves. But up the inside there goes a 94 of Kieran Doherty on Louis Dawson. So already sort of moves making. And you can see there the top three of Jesse Bailey, Callum Ryan and Joshi, just starting to pull away from that pack, as you can see with Kieran Doherty just now at the leader of this second pack of cars. Already they're starting to form into their groups, and actually, to be fair, Joshi is starting to sort of pull back a bit from Ryan and Bailey in front, so perhaps he's just struggling to get that temperature into the tyres. As we complete the first lap around, let's see what the gaps are. So here we go. Callum Ryan and Jesse Bailey initially with a gap of almost 0.2 of a second. Joshi is another half a second behind them. Then there's another second gap back to this second pack of cars, being led by Kieran Doherty. So already into these second groups of cars, into these two groups of races really. And if you're Kieran Doherty, you're going to be looking at the drivers behind going, stop it, look at the gap that's already been built. Krish is looking a little bit sort of vulnerable already, so let's see if we can try and close up this gap. And actually it looks like, in fair play, they've started to calm down a little bit. Now they've got their positions and they're going to go work together and try and catch that leading trio of karts.
Well, indeed, already seeing looks over the shoulder into the boot, so drivers very much aware of the competition around. That's Doherty looking over the shoulder there. Louis Dawson just behind in single file. And you can see the leading pack breaking away, but not necessarily gaining an immense amount of pace. There are a couple of tenths per lap, which over the race it could well build up, but there's still plenty of opportunities for closing up there, as we see the number 84 of Dawson having a look into Christmas, but losing out as they run down towards Aspie.
Yes, indeed. They're obviously just trying to fight position at the moment. It's a bit tricky because with that gap building in front of them, it's not really what they want to be doing. But obviously, if you're the drivers behind, you're kind of going, well, I want to catch up with those. But to do that, I need to get in front of you. And what we were saying about Joshi starting to pull away a little bit, arguably closing up again. Now, look at the gap as they come back around in just a second. That gap between the top three has closed a little bit. And speaking of the gaps, Kieran Doherty has just started to pull away from these as they've been fighting behind him. He's managed to build that little bit of a gap. Yeah, so looking up front, that gap between the leaders has closed down just a little bit. And fastest lap now for Jesse Bailey, a 53.8. It was only 400th of a second quicker than Callum Ryan just in front of him. But the fact remains, going quicker, set the fastest lap, and this battle for the lead is on.
It certainly is. Callum Ryan then versus Jesse Bailey. Bailey flying along, as we say, that previous lap, but they are fairly close in terms of their overall lap times, and that top end of the pack, very competitive field here for the remaining 4 minutes.
Yes, indeed.
As we can see, a gesture there to work together, to think on the same page is what I'm going to say that was. And I think it was, to be fair, as we head through the boot. Callum Ryan leading that charge there, but Bailey keeping that pressure on by the looks of things. Doshi just beginning to break away ever so slightly. I think that's what Ryan might have detected and said, now's our opportunity. We can settle this in a few laps. But it's all about just building that gap for the time being.
Yeah, exactly. And like we were talking earlier, it's also a case of, like, we want to work together. We need to pull this gap away. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know if I can trust you. I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Are you going to try and, undermine me and try and take this position? But for the time being, you can see Jesse Bailey is just keeping in the wheel tracks. And so that's quite an obvious sign that it's not actually trying to make that move just yet. And Callum Ryan is feeling a little bit comfortable for the time being because he's not, again, swinging out at each corner, trying to defend that position. So for the time being, working together, and it's going quite well. Pulling a little bit away from Doshi as we jump back to this 4th place battle with... Actually, I think Kieran Doty's a bit further up the road, isn't it? Yes, it is. So this is actually Freddie Williams, I do apologise. So Freddie Williams is now... is it actually? Give me a second. Is that... No, it is 94. Oh, I do apologise. Okay, no, I got it wrong twice. So Kieran Doty has now been caught by Freddie Williams and Louis Dawson. You see there just how much speed Freddie Williams took there through Oblivion. Looking at the inside slightly, but Kieran Doty is not phased at all as they go towards Christmas. He kept his line. He was on the outside. He braked where he normally brakes, and he took the corner as he normally would. With Louis Dawson and Freddie Williams right behind, just trying to follow in the wheel tracks. And Ethan Hubert and Teddy Morton have now dropped off a little bit. So that 5-way battle has now turned into a 3.
It has indeed. We can see drivers leaning over. That is Freddie Williams leaning in the car to try and gain any potential advantage that might have become available down the inside there for the number 61. But there is an opportunity from Louis Dawson, who sees a gap and absolutely goes for it into the boot. Brilliant stuff from the number 84 plated kart there. Very brief glimpse of a gap opened up and absolutely went for it when he detected that actually Williams had just ran out a little bit too wide into the boot. Brilliant stuff there. Fight certainly still on though, because Dawson says, right, I'm going for the next overtake, yeah, but Williams certainly not out of it still.
Yeah, so that was exactly what Freddie Williams needed to do there. Louis Dawson needed to do there, because he saw that gap that was being opened up as they kind of caught up with each other, and he was like, right, that's exactly where I'm going. And now he's right on the back bumper of Kieran Doty, so I'll be inside there. Not quite, he can't quite make that move. He's pushing though, Kieran Doty, trying to find any mistake that he can find, trying to push him into a mistake, put him offline. You can see there, already he's gone defensive as we come into the boot. That puts Louis Dawson on a much better line up the inside. Can he make the move there? You don't really go side by side into the boot, and that's why it's very, very tight. But for the time being, they kept it clean. They've got back into the line, and all of this has brought the 77 of Ethan Holbert back into this trio. So it's gone from a trio into a quartet. Round Oblivion once again up towards Christmas Corner. Are they going to go? Yes, there we go. You can see Kieran Doty gone very, very defensive, but Louis Dawson just slots back into that gap behind him with Freddie Williams in the wheel tracks once again down towards Ashby. It doesn't look like there's any moves at the moment. They are safe and secure in their positions.
They are indeed. Not long to go in this race then. As we can see, Dawson still in the midst of a battle, just as he was over a couple of laps, of course. Plenty of changes since then. But looking over the shoulder once more, we head towards the boot. There is the number 61 of Williams, and doesn't quite run as wide through the boot as we saw previously, so is able to stay attached to the green kart, the very distinctive, very vibrant kart, bringing a bit of colour to a grey day here at Wilton Mill as we run through up towards Christmas with our race leaders. As that is number 30, Jesse Bailey, running down the inside and taking the provisional race lead. And I call it provisional because this is usually when you might see a switchback, but no, Bailey has it secured into Ashby.
Yes, absolutely. You can see Chris Doshi is also then caught up as well. So we've now got a 3-way fight for the lead. So if Callum Ryan and Jesse Bailey get caught up over each other, Chris Doshi is in the perfect place to take any advantage that may open up. So now down towards the boot. We've probably got one lap after this to finish off this race. They are so close together. But Callum Ryan kind of got caught napping a little bit there as it went up towards Christmas. Jesse Bailey did exactly what he needed to do into Christmas, down hard on the brakes and takes that position. So here we go, final lap of the race into Oblivion for the final time. Turn through the left-hander, turn through the right-hander, go out onto the rumble strip, and yet they're just about using all of the space. Chris Doshi didn't quite use as much, but they are still line and stud into Christmas corner. No moves just yet. You can see there that Callum Ryan is just trying to take a bit of a tighter line, see if he can kind of find any more grip into Ashby. Any moves? No, they're still in line astern. So for the time being, they're safe and secure. Now, as they go into Wilkins through the left-hander, they are still they're still very, very close line astern into Oshers. Still, no, in line. So, onto back straight. I think he's just done enough now, and arguably Chris Doshi is very, very close against Callum Ryan. So, can he do anything? They go into the boot for the final time of the race, through the little chicane there, into the final corner, and Jesse Bailey has done everything he needs to do. He comes home, and he takes the first heat win of the day.
Brilliant stuff. Look how close they ended up as they crossed the start-finish line there. Doherty in the end wins out ahead of Williams, ahead of Dawson. That's how that battle is settled. Ethan Hulbert and Teddy Mawson complete the top 8, followed by Felix Bessel and Joey Comer. And that completes our top 10 for our 10-kart race today. We see some fans and onlookers watching that. A brilliant little bit of action there. But yeah, Doshi did well to close right up there. Could have been in for a real opportunity, like we saw with Williams and Dawson a few laps ago, if such an opportunity presented itself. But either way, great battling between those two groups of drivers. That's it for our Honda Cadets until quite late on into our morning heats then. Still some more cadet action to come up though. That'll be the Rotax cadets that we have out on track next though.
All right, Rotax cadets are up next. We've had one very exciting cadet race, and I'm sure this one will be absolutely no different. I can see someone very, very tired on the balcony there. Maybe didn't get enough sleep last night, but I'm sure this next race will definitely wake him up. We've got, yeah, the Rotax Micros always should be interesting, and I tell you what, I do love these club rounds. It's just always something to follow.
There absolutely is, even if it is the super chat donation fund for your Nigel Mansell mustache, which I've accidentally put on my credit card, so I'm going to expense that. I'm not. I am absolutely not. Kai Vieira and Caden Hanley on row 1, followed by Hugo Senna and Will Wainwright complete the second row. Then we have Jack Gould and Harry Riley on row 3. Freddie Fullerton and Cooper Galloway on row 4, followed by Teddy Shepherd and Tommy Lovejoy on the 5th row of the grid. Then we have Tommy Delaney and Jack Reed on row 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, we have Jackson Foots and Daniel Debreo completing row 7. Then we have Alexander Pietak there for the final part of the grid.
Yes, so it's should be an interesting one, this. Hopefully should be good as well. Again, not the biggest group we're going to see today, not the smallest group we're going to see today. It's a nice medium, a happy medium. Yeah,
plenty of variety throughout the racing today, so do make sure you do stay tuned. Hello to anyone who might have just dropped in kind of halfway through. I'm Reeve Taylor. Alongside me is Kieran Mogg, who is currently growing a moustache.
Apparently.
There is context to that.
Can I just say though, right, they're giving me an hour to do it.
I don't know whether that's an hour to put together the funds to help to assist. I don't know what £10 would do. Yeah, so apparently if we hit £10 within an hour, Kieran has to grow a moustache. £20, it's gone up. Oh, of course no. Yeah, it's 10 lots of £2. I think.
Oh, right.
Moustache inflation, it's getting out of control now. Either way, Rotax Cadets will be coming up. So thank you anyone who's just joined us. This is a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. And of course, the heats today this morning are free to air, but we'll be jumping in to our finals action this afternoon, which is exclusive to our SlipStream members, at least for the first 7 days. So big thank you to all of you who are already SlipStream members. If you aren't and you'd like to do so, there's a join button, there's a link in the description. There's a couple of ways to take part in that. It's a rolling subscription. You can opt out any time, but a big thank you if you do opt to support us in that way. These broadcasts wouldn't be possible without that subsidy. So a big thank you. I can hear some engines firing up as we're ready to go racing.
Yes, indeed. And also a big thank you to Motorsport Magpie. David Whitehouse, obviously, always very active in the Alpha Live chats and keeping everyone entertained and everyone up to date on what's going on, because sometimes there might be some changes and everything that we might be a bit too preoccupied to kind of give to people. And so he's always suggests he's always sort of giving us some updates. However, David, he's just put in the chat, I would suggest not checking our work Discord.
Oh, no.
And that's because he has put a screenshot of this, what is it? It's a goal. He's put a screenshot of this goal and then tagged Andrew Mather at it and said, what have you started? And so now everyone is, and now Luke Austin has now joined in as well. Oh no!
And just in case you're wondering, viewers, you can also partake in this if you'd like to donate to the goal link, the super chat. The wheels are in fact falling off, it appears, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to say Photoshop jobs are welcome, but ChatGPT is very easily accessible, folks. Carts are leaving the pit lane. Are you happy about that, Kieran?
Yeah. I want people to be preoccupied. I don't want them to reach this goal. Jesus.
So drivers are now heading out on track, getting a feel for the conditions out there. This will be the first time this field is making its way out on track. Obviously, we're still early on in the morning. We're not quite ready to head into our second heat of the day. That will be the next race. However, though, when we go back to our junior maxes, up first, it's Rotax Micro Cadets, though.
Yes, indeed. So, nice field of drivers here, and also I did spot Hugo Senna sporting that Senna helmet as well, which looks awesome. It's obviously always iconic to see a Senna helmet around, and yeah, see there in third place, there we go, there he is, with that very iconic, very well-known livery. But here we go, round the boot, and are they not forming up? Or is it standing start? Am I completely... We've got another lap. We've got another lap.
Yeah, we've got another lap.
Was it only one? Oh, it must have been only one lap then. Okay.
I think it was our first go around. The quick mention as well, by the way, apologies to Nikodem Pietak, missed you off our grid call there. So 16 cars on our grid for our Rotax Micro Cadets.
Indeed, yes. So should be an interesting one. We've got a couple of bigger names in the grid as well, including a couple of more novice drivers as well. But Freddie Fullerton, one of the novice drivers, he's up in 7th place. So fantastic there from the 777. Very clearly already got the goods to put it up against to the fast guys at the front. But here we go into the boot. Everyone up. Oh no, there's a spinner at the back there. I think that was that Nikodem Pietak? I think that might have been. 23. I think it was.
Yeah, number 23. Yeah,
yes.
Nikodem.
Yeah, so Nikodem had a bit of an issue there. Obviously, I'm guessing people probably slowed up a bit too, well, not too quickly, but they slowed up a bit quicker than he expected in front of him. But here we go, line astern, side by side. Here we go, into the tram lines. Are we going to go racing first time around?
Let's see, we hear those revs rise, our cadet drivers making their way to the start line, and we are green flags on the timing system, and it is a good start for Caio Vieira, who takes charge here. Is under pressure from Hugo Senna, though. The distinctive helmet, as you say, you can't miss it as he has a look around the outside, maybe into Christmas, late on the brakes if he can make it stick. No, it's a great run into the inside there for Caio Vieira, who just has that nose out in front for the race start.
Indeed, and Caio Vieira also getting already some support in the chat as well, so thank you very much. Do keep joining in with the chat, it really does help. Not only us have some things to talk about, but obviously giving the drivers their support as they're racing hard on today. Here we go through the bottom of Hoshia's. Bit off track there for the number 21, I believe that was, Will Wainwright. So a bit of an issue there for starting up, but for the time being, they've managed to get into their tracks, into a line, and they seem to be okay as they cross the line for the first lap completed.
Nice bit of rotation in mid-pack there through the chicane at the boot that I saw there. It's not maybe the quickest way through, but certainly takes away a few style points in my book as we go side by side through Oblivion into Christmas. There we see Senna having a potential look down the inside. Wasn't quite a cart's width, so had to relent in the end, but the pressure very much on Vieira now. Jack Gould is in a good position as well. These two squabbling, it's costing them time. Jack's right there on the scene as well.
Yeah, and arguably you got Caden Hanley, who's just sat behind this, just going, all right, mess around, and I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm ready for this. And so this, what was basically a 2-kart breakaway, has turned into 4 karts already. And so you can see how quickly the situation can change, both positive and negative, depending on who you are. And so coming into the boot for the final time, last time, sorry. The next time, I should say, not last time. You can see that Harry Riley also joined this pack as well. So already you got these drivers kind of closing up. And actually, interestingly, Will Wainwright, down in 6th position, has set the fastest lap. 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than the leaders. It just goes to show that quick drivers are all up and down this field at the moment. And the top 3 are so close together. Into Ashby, towards Wilkins. They are line astern through the left-hander. Careful of that curb. Careful of the outside of that grass dip there. It can really catch you out. And the curbs down at Ogiers as well. Onto the back straight. They seem to be okay. And arguably, actually, Jack Gould is very close on the back of Hugo Senna. No. The mechanical flag. Caveira.
Oh, wow. Race leader then with issues on the kart needs to head into the pits to have his kart assessed for whatever reason. Usually it's a piece of bodywork, that sort of thing, which is the problem. And you can see that rear bumper on the back of Vieira's car just dragging down a little bit, or at least drooping down ever so slightly. And the marshal decided that is unsecure, which is of course always err on the side of caution with that sort of thing. And Senna and Hanley now all of a sudden have the race just changing a little bit in dynamic now.
Yeah, absolutely. Up the inside there went Hanley on Senna. So have they got past? Here we go towards Wilkins and Ogiers. Let's see where they are. Coming down the bottom of the hill. Let's see. So we've got Caveira still in the lead, and the 69 of Hanley. Yes, there we go. So Caden Hanley has got past, and you can see there that Caveira has acknowledged the mechanical flag into the pits. That is such a shame. Yeah, absolute frustration there.
Yeah, well, I mean, completely understandable as well. Heart goes out to that driver there. Really, not what you want to see. You could see the look over the shoulder as I think they realised what was going on. As I say, it's usually that sort of issue there. But meanwhile, this race does certainly change in its dynamic now. Senna still in 2nd position for the time being. Hanley looks over the shoulders now in charge of this race, and Senna still laying in waiting.
Indeed. And also, Will Wainwright has gained a couple of positions so far, up into 4th place currently. And obviously previously held the fastest lap. He's just had a bit of a contact warning. Unfortunately, he's cropped up on our screens. There we go, on your screen as well now. But I wouldn't put it past him to be able to work together with Harry Riley to close that gap up. At the moment, it is sitting at about 1 second between Harry Riley and Hugo Senna in 2nd position. So depending on what Caden Hanley and Hugo Senna do, if they start battling, Harry Riley and Will Wainwright will be right there. A little bit wide there, a bit of a set of
Sorry, there has been a mustached picture that's been sent into our work WhatsApp. Meanwhile, there is a battle for the lead into Christmas, and that is going to be Caden Hanley heading into Christmas, taking charge of this race. Senna still putting that pressure on. Meanwhile, Riley and Wainwright are running in to Ashby's just behind. We're in a 2x2 formation. Seems to be the name of the game for our competitors as they run down through Ogiers now. That is a couple of contact warnings actually come again for the likes of Will Wainwright. I will apologise, Kieran, for...
I was on a train of thought then. I just saw it on your screen and I was like, what? Anyway,
we still got Hanley and Senna controlling things. Wainwright making good progress through the field.
And got the fast lap back as well.
Yeah.
So going very, very quick. No, sorry. Hang on, it's a bit delayed here. Right, so fastest lap has been shown on your screen for Will Wainwright. Fast lap on our screen is for Caden Hanley. Now, the last lap for Caden Hanley was a 52.44. Will Wainwright was a 52.75. Yes, apparently there's a 2/10th gap between their fast laps between Hanley and Wainwright. And looking at it, yeah, so he's about sort of roughly on pace with leaders currently. You see there that Caden Hanley is just trying to defend off Hugo Senna for the time being. Now, are they working together? What do you think? I can't tell at the moment.
I would say so. Over the past couple of laps, so they've been close enough to where you could begin to build pressure and kind of try and force an error from the driver in front. That hasn't happened. Whether that be because Hanley's putting on an immense display here and it is not relenting, or they have been working together. Now I'd say at the start of this lap, particularly that run into Christmas, things look a little bit different now. We started to see the moving around there of a driver on defence and a driver vying for a gap down the inside. They're not quite close enough, though, to have that out-and-out, side-by-side, door-to-door action, though, at this moment. They're just at that point of, as I say, where you want to put pressure on. So maybe working together could work out for them, but we are late on into this race, and you know, the likes of Senna are probably thinking, now's my chance, really, if I want to take that race win. If
anything, they probably want to leave it a little bit later, because there's about a second and a bit gap back to Will Wainwright currently. And in racing, it's incredible how quickly that diminishes. And actually, on that last lap, Will Wainwright gained a little under 0.2 of a second. So obviously, it is a bit too little too late, but clearly Will Wainwright has the pace there to go with them. So in the next heat, don't be surprised to see Will Wainwright fighting it out with Caden Hanley and Hugo Senna towards the front of the field. But as we come into the final closing stages of this race, I think we'll probably have 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. And so Hugo Senna will probably be wanting to wait until nearish the end of next lap before fighting for that position with Caden Hanley, because he doesn't want to give any sort of chance to Will Wainwright to close that gap up. He already is closing it up a little bit anyway, and so he's going to be very, very careful about what he's doing. But here we go. Just about made it over the line with a couple of seconds spare. So yes, they've got 2 laps remaining of this race through Oblivion, up towards Christmas Corner, as they start to fight now. Already you can see Caden Hanley's gone defensive. Hugo Senna pulled out to the left-hand side, and he then tucked back in as Caden Hanley swings back to the left-hand side of the track to take the corner. You can see there Caden Hanley looking behind him to see where that iconic Senna helmet is, right behind him, into Ashby, and now up towards Wilkins. They are still very, very close together through the left-hander, down towards Osiers. They are still in the tracks of one another, and for the time being, I think Caden Hanley has him covered. But you can see just looking over his shoulder, making sure what he's doing, into the boot for the second to last time, through the right-hand. You can see Hugo Senna is trying to look at a bit of a different line as well now. You can see Caden Hanley is just trying to maximise this well.
Wow.
Look how sideways Hugo Senna came out of that chicane. Here we go, final lap now, through Oblivion for the final time this lap up towards Christmas Corner. Is he close enough? I think he might be. Here we go. So
he's got that
defensive goes Hanley, up left hand side goes Senna, round the outside, he can't quite make it, tries to cut underneath it, and it doesn't quite make it either. Through the right hand, and now down towards Ashby.
Brilliant stuff here, about a cart's length separating these 2 drivers as they head into the tight right-hander there. As we say, Wilkins and Osiers, the next couple of corners to negotiate, and if anything, that gap just builds ever so slightly. Absolutely flying along are these 2 drivers. Senna getting close, a couple of tenths off his fast lap of the race overall. But we head into the boot. Things look a little bit more settled. If there's going to be a move, it's going to be over the next couple of seconds pretty much. Next couple of corners. We saw Senna sideways last time around. It's plain sailing. It's particularly plain sailing for Caden Hanley, who can breathe a sigh of relief and take the checkered flag race victory for Caden Hanley. Hugo Senna brings it home in P2. Will Wainwright rounds out your podium in P3. Then we have Hallie Riley, Jack Gould, Tommy Lovejoy, Cooper Galloway, Tommy Delaney, Freddie Fullerton and Teddy Shepherd, your top 10 at the end of this one here at Wilton Mill.
Yeah, fantastic showing from all of these drivers. And I'll tell you what that was more than anything else. That was a demonstration for what we can expect later on. Because you had multiple drivers there basically on the same pace. Obviously, Hugo Senna in the last closing stages, the second to last lap, he set his fastest lap of the race. And Will Wainwright was about 0.2 of a second off that. But in that last lap, the lap times between them can be separated by 0.04 of a second.
Wow.
No, sorry. No, 1/10 of a second, sorry. Yeah, 1/10 of a second between the 3 of them. So they are so close on it. So you can expect, well, when Will Wainwright has their slipstream and can follow them in the tracks, then definitely he will be within a shout. So that should be interesting for later on today. But you're going to have to wait for that, because coming up next, we go back around to the start of the rotation, because we have the Junior Max A versus B, heat number 2.
So yes, Junior Rotax Max is back out on track. We're going to take a look at the grid very shortly, but as you say, we're back around again for our second heat now this morning, and what might be an opportunity for some of the drivers, at least, providing their morning's gone well so far, is that confidence I imagine will build. The second heats offer a bit of a reset, you know, where a driver might have made up 4 positions, but might be, say, 5 seconds off the next kart. Now they're alongside them on this grid, so let's take a look at that grid. Alex Shepherd, Tom Reed complete the front row. Then we have Logan Hartshorn and Jensen Walker on row 2. Harry Taylor and Archie Ray Watson complete the third row of the grid, followed by Tobias Johns and Jack Beasley. Then we have Karthik Kometa, Tigran Gregorian, Finley Strang and Harrison Bishop completing rows 4 and 5. Sorry, 5 and 6. Then we have row 7, Ronnie Jones and Max Bogsal, followed by Joseph Baxter and Oliver Barton. It's Jay Singh and Jack Corser on the 9th row of the grid, followed by Devin Taylor and Oliver Dawson on row 10. Louis Marshall and Oliver Healy complete row 11, followed by San Green Gomez and Lily Shaw on the 12th row of the grid. Final few rows then, it's Samir Paul, Lachi Yordanov, Christian Kayov, Joseph Berkery on row 14, Adam Asgar and Louis Afonso Gomez completing the 15th row of the grid. 30 karts in this field for our second bit of Rotax Junior Max action of the day.
Indeed, but it's also worth mentioning, because this is A versus B, half of this grid haven't raced today so far.
Yes, very true. Yeah.
And so that gives a massive advantage to drivers that were in that very first race. However, the track has dried a lot since this morning, and I don't think we've actually seen a dry line, because I think the entire track basically dried at once.
Yeah.
So, do you know what? It's probably almost equal level playing field between the two groups of drivers now, because that first group that went out this morning, they were racing on slightly wet conditions, and so obviously they'll know this track fairly well in the dry anyway. But the drivers that haven't raced so far today, the last time they drove this would have been yesterday when it was dry, and so that's kind of still as it was. And so there's also a potential that some of these drivers have changed setup between this morning and now. And so that's another thing that might be playing on their mind. So there's all sorts of different things that could come together for this one, as they are completely uncertain. Oh, they might be going around once again. You can see there the number 1, 2, 1, I believe it was. Just kind of going, right, yeah, let's go around once more. So one more formation lap, and yeah, there we go. So full start for the time being. Something the race director was not happy about, so turn the drivers around once again. And this is also something that's going to play on their mind as well, because in that moment, they were ready to go. And then all of a sudden, it's kind of like, oh, I've got to do another sort of 40 seconds.
And that build-up starts all over again.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So there's an awful... We've spoken about a couple of times today about the mental challenges of driving, and it's really nothing to snub your nose up about. There is so much to think about. There is so much that if you're not in the right mental state, that can kind of cause an issue. And here's something as well. So when the front drivers are completely up at now probably at the boot, going around it, and they're ready, these drivers at the back here, they're kind of a bit further back. So the drivers at the front are going to be going, come on, come on, come on, come on. The drivers at the back are kind of going, I mean, we've got some time still. We can catch up. As long as we're there before with the tram lines, we're all good. So, side by side, once again, second time around, are we going racing this time?
Well, it certainly looks like we're more eager to head down those tram lines. No, it doesn't look like we are. It's going to be a false start there. The formation was not complete. You can see them running down those tram lines as well. It was all over the place there. So we go once again. That race start never happened. It effectively.
Indeed, we haven't had a single full start so far today, and then we've had 2 at the same session. So, you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? You wait for a bus and then 2 come at once. Yeah, so for the third time around, let's see if they can get this going. It was interesting there that the 2 drivers, I didn't quite catch who they were, but 2 of the drivers were completely out of formation. Not quite sure why, but obviously that's, I'm guessing, what the race director was not sort of going to stand by with. So, one more time around, let's see what we can do. There you can see the false start flag waving out of all of the marshal huts. So, drivers have been told to slow down, getting in formation now around the boot. And I always find it interesting that they go around the old part of the track, not the new part of the track, because trying to get that many cars through the chicane is going to be a challenge. So we'll send them through the old part and then we'll block it off. So they've got to go through the chicane. But here we go, into tram lines for the 3rd time of asking.
Here we go then. The smoke rises as the race is underway. We are green flag. It did look like slightly fraught running down that start-finish straight, but we're going to go for the time being nonetheless side by side, 2 by 2 into the chicane, into Christmas. Sorry, we go run from third there, briefly down the inside.
I think that was Harry Taylor around the outside, wasn't it? So that's a fantastic opportunity move, and he's already now looking at Alex Shepard in the lead. Somebody off the outside there. Who is that? I didn't quite catch the number there, unfortunately, but someone towards the back of the grid. There's a bit of contact there by the looks of it. A bit of a damaged cart at the back of the grid. Anyway, look at this gigantic pack coming through Osiers now. All still trying to find their... on the 42, that is...
slightly further down the pack, it looks like on the race start. Louis Marshall. Yeah.
Yes. So not a great start for Louis Marshall. And now they're coming across the line. Let's have a look at the positions as they stand right now. So Alex Shepard still leads the way over Harry Taylor, Logan Hartshorn, Tom Reed, Karthik Kometa, Tobias Johns, Jensen Walker, Jack Beasley, Archie Ray Watson and Tigran Gregorian. So we've had a lot of movers in that first opening lap. And everyone right now is going to be just settling into their positions, settling into who's in front of them, who's behind them, and you can see already this pack for the lead. 5 carts from Alex Shepard down to Karthik Kometa. Into the boot now. Already you can see defensive goes Tom Reed, because you can see that number 95 right behind him. Into the chicane of the boot. Alex Shepard still trying to keep a bottle on this charging pack behind him. Harry Taylor already made 3 positions into that second place, so he is not done yet. Fastest lap as well. Yes, okay, it's very short. Never mind that. Up the inside goes Harry Taylor. He takes the lead away, but also see Logan Hartshorn trying to take Alex Shepard as well, but just about manages to keep it away from Logan. But in the meantime of that, you saw Karthik Kometa and Tom Reed trying to get a bit opportune, and now look at the lead group. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8 carts in this front group. Just going to show that initial 5 pack has turned into 8. Anything can happen. So the number 95 now of Karthik Kometa, is in 4th place. So he's got up there. So Tom Reed into 3rd. Logan Hartshorn dropped down to 5th place. Jensen Walker and Jack Beasley still remain in 6th and 7th. In all of this, Harry Taylor has driven off into distance. Up the inside there goes the number 270 of Jack Beasley. So he is now up into 6th place. Jensen Walker's dropped down to 7th. So this is there's so much happening already. Up the inside there goes, I think that was Logan Hartshorn having a quick... No, it wasn't Logan Hartshorn, sorry. It was actually Jensen Walker having a look on Logan Hartshorn. They just can't stop fighting with each other. It's brilliant. So on the back straight, I think they've just about managed to calm down now. This front leading group as well, you can see right together. All of them are. Apart from Harry Taylor, he's just driven off into the distance. Alex Shepard is trying to keep all of these behind him, and so far doing a stellar job. Harry Taylor did have the fastest lap at a 46.7, but Logan Hartshorn on the same lap has gone a 46.59. Nearly, 2/10 of a second quicker. So it just goes to show any of these drivers are quick enough to be in the lead. Harry Taylor just had the right position, he did his moves in the right place, and he got in front of them at the right time. Alex Shepard leading this group to try and hunt him down.
Brilliant stuff throughout the pack here. Not a moment to breathe for so many of these drivers, for so many of these commentators as well. If you are Kieran, Tom Reed then is the driver that we focus on for the time being. Has a lot of pressure in the form of the number 95 Kometa behind. Has all the work to do to try and find a way past the number 85 of Alex Shepard as they head down the start-finish straight. Jensen Walker crossing the line that time around, gains a couple of positions. Beasley loses out 2, but we focus on this front-end action here. Harry Taylor isn't able to rest on his laurels just yet. Has a few cart lengths to kind of play with here, but Shepard, Reed and Kometa are doing a good job of keeping him honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alex Shepard actually is closing that gap to Harry Taylor now. It's only a 10th of a second in that last lap. But it's starting to close down. We've still got 3.5 minutes left of this race. Up the inside there goes Tom Reed. Wow, that came out of absolutely nowhere. He caught Alex Shepard completely napping into Osiers. He did not expect that. Tom Reed down hard on the brakes into the left-hander, and he takes the position away. Now it's Tom Reed's turn to try and catch Harry Taylor. But in that's probably given a 10th or 2 to Alex Shepard. Sorry, I was the wrong way around. It was Alex Shepherd that got in front of Tom Reeve. And so now the gap between them is over a second.
Wow.
Up the inside there, Karthik Kometa. What a move.
That was brilliant. Didn't see that one coming, and he was so late and deep on the brakes. The kart was at a prolonged kind of slide. Did well to use that to his advantage and gain the position in the end. Wow, what a move.
You've got to remember as well, obviously these karts do not have anti-lock brakes, obviously. Yep. And so essentially what the drivers are doing is they are locking the rear axle with their foot and kind of trying to manage it as much as possible, which is why you see them under braking going sideways at basically every hard braking zone. And it is so difficult to do well, and importantly, do consistently as well.
Yeah.
That's what these drivers are so good at. That's what proves them that they've been on this track so many times. They've been in these seats of these karts for so long. They know exactly what their kart's going to do, and they're reacting to it before it actually happens. So into those deep braking zones, they know the kart's going to flick out. Up the inside there, I think that was Logan Hartshorn, 121. It was Logan Hartshorn, yes. And he's now lost out, actually. So we've got the 225, Jensen Walker, and Jack Beasley right in front of him as well. So a bit of an interesting race there for the battle for 5th. In actuality, it's all up and down. Logan Hartshorn still has the fast lap of the race with a 46.59. And a contact warning for 67 Jay Singh, a little bit further down. Fast lap for Jensen Walker. It's just all over the place at the moment. And in this, Harry Taylor has gained another 0.2 of a second and is now 1.2 seconds ahead of Alex Shepherd and the pack behind him.
Yeah, a comparatively easy race in some regards there for Harry Taylor, although, as I say, he's not had a comfortable margin here. As we have a look at the number 8 side of Shepherd and Kometa now, we're now seeing that difference out on track. Kometa keeping the pressure on Shepherd. Then as we run through the boot, and they stay in single file, of course, for the chicane. We've seen some interesting slides. Speaking of oversteer and slides, previously we've seen some of those so far today, but down through Oblivion we go. And the gap does extend out ever so slightly as we run through the high-speed section of the course. And up towards Christmas we go once again.
I've got to say, got to give props to Karthik Kometa. Started in 9th place and slowly has been picking them off one by one. There hasn't really been any massive moments where they've kind of got past a group of karts. It's just been one by one, very slow, very methodical, just making sure those positions are safe, fair, and completely solid. Now into 3rd place on the back of Alex Shepherd, looking around, but for the moment, Alex Shepherd is keeping and doing everything that he needs to be doing. Karthik Kometa, of course, in that very recognisable black helmet, black suit, very different to some of the other drivers as well, which helps kind of keep an eye on what is happening as they go up towards Christmas Corner. Now, once again, on the 2nd to final lap, they are right, line astern, Karthik Kometa on the back bumper of Alex Shepherd. At what point do they start fighting? They must be thinking now, 2nd to last lap, it's probably, the lead is gone. It's a 1.5 seconds away. So Karthik Kometa is going to be looking at the back of Alex Shepherd now going, right, I don't want to see that anymore. Right, we've probably worked together long enough. It hasn't worked out. I want 2nd place. So next time around will be the final lap of the race. Don't be surprised to see Karthik Kometa try and make a move on Alex Shepherd. Alex Shepherd is going to be so wise to what is going to happen now. Here we go. Final lap of the race. Through the left-hander, through the right at Oblivion and up towards Christmas. Are they close enough? I don't think they are this time around. So it's probably going to not move around too much there. You can already see Karthik Kometa on the brakes so late. Closed up as well. You can see just how late they were and closed up that gap into Ashby. Close enough, but no move as well. A bit further back, there is a slight kink, but nothing too much. Into Wilkins and down towards Osiers onto the back straight. Now, the last chance to really make a move is into the entrance to the boot. Is he going to make a move? Here we go. No, he's not. So they keep line astern, and this is probably how they're going to finish the race. Very good effort. 6 places up from 9th up to 3rd. Harry Taylor takes the win over Alex Shepherd. Karthik Kometa in 3rd. Jensen Walker, Tom Reeve, Logan Hartshorn, Jack Beasley, Tobias Johns, and Harrison Bishop and Archie Ray Watson. That is your top 10. Breathe.
Yeah, another action-packed race here at Wilton Hill Kart Club today for round 5. What a treat it is to be able to call it for you all. Hopefully you're enjoying watching the fantastic action. Well done to all of our competitors so far today as well. As we say, fantastic race there. Our first second heat of the day, if you will. Hello to Salvo Go Fast, our SlipStream member, who asked when the Inter is going to be back out, and that is going to be after the Senior Max running and the X30 running as well. You'll be seeing the Inter back out on track. But that's it for our Junior Maxes until the very end of the heats this morning. Up next, it is going to be our Senior Max competitors. Senior Rotax Heat 2 will be underway shortly. Then we're going to take a look at the starting grid. Row 1 will be Oliver Smith and Victor Hansen, followed by William Webb and Finley Jones. Then we have Callan Sims and Harry Freeman, some names that we got to enjoy some fantastic racing from before. Then we have James Tester, Ollie Auto, Dijon Bennett and Jugas Prevalonis, followed by Will Forber and Noosh Safa-Levers. Then we have Miles Roby, Ethan Martin, Kieran Edgerton, Ryan Hedge, Ruben Mamalok and Freddie Leppenwell completing the 9th row. Then we have Michael Dalton, Dylan Norris, Jacob Smith, Pasha Tamashvand, Ellis Beattie and Molly Griffiths on row 12. Then we have Dexter Collins, Dalton Norris, Kyle Dickens and Armanas Zabaruskas completing our grid for our Rotax Senior Max competition for the second heat of the day. Their second heat of the day.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, we saw them earlier on, and they put on a great showing. They will put on a great showing again. I'm absolutely sure of it. And obviously, we talked about the conditions a bit earlier on. We talked about the differences between the first Junior Max race and the second Junior Max race. And the difference with this one is that all of the seniors were in the first heat.
Yes.
All of them are in the second heat. And so all of them are going to have to learn, well, not really learn, but kind of get back into the fact of, right, we have a fully dry track now. We can pretty much abuse the tyres as much as we want to. If you want to abuse the tyres and you don't want to look after them, that's your choice. So it should be interesting in this race, absolutely. And I do think as well, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the wind has completely died down now as well.
Seems to have, yeah, but we've opened a window in the comms box because it's
warm.
It is getting warm, and so far we're not. It's not blustering here, so things must be all right. But it was a great shot there at Christmas. You can really see for those who might be newer to the sport or just tuning in for one of their first times. You can see that dry line, that rubbered in section of the track where is the optimal line that the tyres do deposit their rubber. That becomes pretty much through many parts a no-go zone when the conditions are different than what we are currently experiencing. Not as sunny as perhaps we would like, but at least they are somewhat dry optimal conditions. I mean, the engines, I guess, tend to prefer the slightly colder temperatures, that slightly colder, denser air, although it is a bit humid, so maybe that doesn't quite have the same benefit.
It is very, very humid today, and that's also something that the driver's got to think about, because yes, okay, it's not as hot as it's been recently, but they're going to be absolutely roasting in those suits.
Yes, that is a very good point.
It's so hot, so they're going to be dripping with sweat. And it's such a physical thing driving these cars. I don't know if you've ever driven like a genuine like Rotax.
I haven't been trusted, which is for the best.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I crashed on my opening lap. I went backwards at 40 mile an hour into a wall because I touched the brake and I was like, okay, I'm going backwards now. But yeah, what I was going to say, they are so physical. And I found I did a 15-minute session on the very first time, and probably about 10 minutes in, I genuinely couldn't turn the wheel as much as I needed to because I was not strong enough. I wasn't like in a peak enough condition to be able to do that. So it is such a physical thing these drivers are doing, and obviously the faster they go, the more physical it gets. So don't take anything away from how difficult these are to drive. It is not easy. It's not like the rental carts you go and drive at your local circuit. These are significantly more difficult, and it is very impressive what the drivers do. Into the tram lines for their second heat of the day. Are we going racing? I think the race director is happy. We are indeed, side by side, into the first corner. Who's going to come out on top?
Hansen versus Smith here. We have a couple of drivers. An unfortunate start to their race. The rest make it through Christmas. We're about 5 wide there, and that ends in the only way that you can really expect that to pointing in the right direction, most important thing, and actually able to continue on though, which is good to see.
Yes, indeed, but their tyres will be wet and they'll have a lot of grass on at the moment, so that's going to take them a good lap or so to get them back into an operating window. Onto the back straight for the very first time, we've got Oliver Smith, who's managed to get the jump over Victor Hansen to get into the lead with Finley Jones, William Webb and Harry Freeman right behind them, into the boot for the very first time of asking. Let's see, as they come across the line, who is in what position. So here we go. Oliver Smith is in the lead, Victor Hansen behind, William Webb in third, Harry Freeman in fourth, Finley Jones in fifth, Callum Sims, Ollie Ortu, Julius Pravelis, Miles, Roby and James Tester. That's your top 10 as it stands right now. But you can see there that William Webb is already under some pressure from Harry Freeman. Up the inside there goes Harry Freeman into third place. I believe he's got that done and dusted. Third place for Harry Freeman.
Yep, lovely move there and a fantastic race start for him overall. The highest position driver to actually be gaining positions at the start of this race. Miles Roby also having a good start, 4 positions gained. Likewise, Kieran Edgerton as well. Through the boot we go, the traditional and expected single file formation through the chicane there before you get ready to start the next lap.
Indeed, up to the 43. Oh. Who is that? That is
Noosh Safa-Leathers.
It is indeed. Not a great start there. Started in 12th position and unfortunately out of this second heat of the day. See there that Oliver Smith and Victor Hansen just starting to pull away, and actually Oliver Smith had a 0.35 of the second gap back to Victor Hansen. 46.15 is best lap so far by Oliver Smith. But this little battle that we're following for third place, that's possibly the most interesting potentially for the podium at the moment. This big train a bit further back, however, is absolutely brutal. I love it. Right, who is this? We've got the 72 of Kieran Edgerton. So that's Miles, Roby, Kieran Edgerton, Ollie Ortu, and Will Forber, I believe this is this little pack here. So that's what we're currently following. Up towards Christmas Corner, got the 72 of Kieran Edgerton up the inside.
Ooh.
Takes that position back once again. So these guys are getting properly feisty.
Yeah, lovely move. The typical late break run through Christmas down the inside when there was a gap, which is what we like to see there. But as you say, I don't think it's quite over between these two just yet. Edgerton's made great progress through the pack so far, but might have met his match in terms of Miles Roby at this phase of the race. Both actually progressing their way through the field very nicely together.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a quick look, actually. So they started off in 13th and 15th, respectively. They are now in 9th and 10th, respectively. So they've gained a couple of positions each. They've been working together for the time being, except when they're knocking 7 bells out of each other. So it's going very well for them. Meanwhile, at the front, well, towards the front, Harry Freeman in third place has just set the fastest lap, 400th of a second quicker than Oliver Smith in first place. Victor Hansen was about a 10th of a second slower than Oliver Smith, with the gap being 0.6 over the line. So, yeah, they're starting to get a little bit of a gap there, and arguably Harry Freeman, right behind the back bumper of Victor Hansen, is going to go, right, well, come on, we need to go now. But this middle pack here that drops down to Ethan Martin in 13th place. So this is from, was it 8th to 13th, is it? I think it is. 188. 7th to 13th. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers in this pack here that we're currently following. And all of them trying to fight for that position. Here they go. Into Ashby, up the inside. That was Kieran Edgerton on James Test. That's Kieran up into 8th place now. Back again comes James up the inside of Osiers and gets that place straight back.
Does indeed. Just ran out of room. Did the number 72. Great stuff from all of our drivers in this now quintet of karts. I think it might actually go a little bit further back, but it does. There's 6 karts involved in this one to navigate their way around that final corner.
Yeah. Now, fast lap has gone back to Oliver Smith up there, so we've just built a bit of a gap once again. So I think he's looking fairly secure up at the front of the field for the time being. Meanwhile, back in this pack, they're not secure at all, because I think that was Will Forber dropping down behind Ethan Martin. So they are still vying so hard to try and find these positions, and they've now gone from this 7 karts into 2 lots of 3 with Gigas Pravlion. This has now pulled a bit of a gap away from them, so he's gone a bit out more into the distance now. We've got 2 trios of karts trying to fight for it. So they're right on top of each other. They cannot get away from them at all.
They really cannot. Waved yellows there through the run into Osiers, so hopefully that's all resolved. Now it looks to only be a small part of the track that did have that waved yellow, so plenty of opportunities to still go racing elsewhere on the circuit, and I do think that is also resolved by now. As we have a great look into Ashby's once again. As I mentioned earlier, one of my favourite looks at what the drivers are doing under braking, even if they're not overtaking. Christmas gives you a great insight into that, because usually someone's doing it for a run down the inside against someone else. But yeah, fantastic views of the karts here at Wilton Mill. Such a variety of karts here for the kart club as well, with various different classes. As you mentioned already, Kieran, plenty of different helmets and suits which do look fantastic.
Yes, have you got any favourites?
I mean, the Hugo Senna always does stand out. So congratulations for that plaudit there, Hugo Senna. It does stand out, but yeah, always very impressed. It makes me feel rather insecure when I turn up in my black on circuit Evo suit and helmet.
Yeah.
Whenever I do.
I always love the creativity though. Up the inside goes somewhere else. But yeah, I love the creativity because you get some up the inside there. That is Philly Jones on William Webb. So that is for 4th place. So this trio now coming into the booth, they have decided all of a sudden, right, we're going to start fighting. So we've got William Webb, Philly Jones and Callum Sims all together coming round the final corner to complete another lap with just over 1 minute to go into oblivion. I think they've decided, right, I think the guys in front of us are probably gone now. So let's start fighting. And Philly Jones has done it to perfection. He started to pull away from them just a little bit. You can see skating sideways into Christmas corner there. They can't quite get away from them. Down towards Ashby now. He's got William Webb and Callum Sims possibly trying to work together to make sure that Philly Jones does not get too far away from them. Through Wilkins and down to Oshers now, and they're still right together.
They are indeed. Fantastic stuff here from these drivers, not cracking under pressure as we run through the boot yet again. The leading number 23. They're doing a good job of keeping a decent gap there. Finley Jones keeping a decent gap there. Webb and Sims are just behind as we run up through towards Christmas once again, seeing a big gap now forming up between our top 3 and the rest of the back. They are controlling this race rather well. Harry Freeman started from 6th on the grid, up into 3rd as the timer hits 0. This will be our penultimate lap. We'll have another lap to complete after this one.
Yes, we will indeed. And these battles are far from over. Still, this 4th place battle rages on as they go onto the back straight once again. And William Webb is right there once again. You can see there that Philly Jones has gone defensive straight away into the entrance of the booth, but he's just managed to keep it for the time being. He's gone a little bit wide. No, I think he's just about okay through the chicane. And now, as we go onto the final lap, Oliver Smith is already gone onto that final lap with Victor Hansen and Harry Freeman right behind him. But this pack for 4th place is the closest on track through oblivion up to Christmas corner, and arguably Callum Sims up the inside, almost 3 wide, and there we go, Callum Sims up into 5th place. Back comes William Webb, but he can't quite make it. Now down towards Ashby, and it's now Callum Sims on the defensive, going to the right hand side. He keeps William Webb right behind him. Into Wilkins now. They're just about in line astern. Down towards Oshers. Up the inside, there goes the 89 of William Webb. And was that a bit of contact? I didn't quite see it.
There was a touch there, and the 89 loses a huge amount of momentum and effectively ruled out of that battle. There is the number 38 of Oliver Smith taking the checkered flag, taking victory in this race. Victor Hansen brings it home 2nd. Harry Freeman completes P3, completes that podium. Finley Jones, brings it home in P4. Sims 5th, and then Webb, as we say, losing out at the end with a bit of a touch. What a shame that battle ended the way that it did, but that was a fantastic move, particularly that move into Christmas from Callum Sims where he saw his rival going for a move down the inside. Whatever you can do, I can do better. And down the inside goes Callum Sims even further still, and ends up gaining a few positions briefly there. That is it for our senior Rotax heats for the morning. Next time we'll be seeing these drivers out will be this afternoon in our SlipStream Power by Alpha Live broadcast for our finals this afternoon. So we're going to move on then from our senior maxes to our X30 seniors and senior 177s out on the track. We've just heard a very important update that there's only 3 minutes left only 3 minutes left on the mustache fund for Kieran.
No, don't need to know about that.
So do refer to the comments. But X30's up next.
No.
and I would advise folks that you do get donating because you'll be seeing prototype drawing, shall we call it, of what it might look like. But it's our X30s that'll be coming out on track just yet. A bit of an we've got 3 donations so far, and they're all from Alpha Live staff. I don't know what happens there. We've only got 30% of it. Do you have to grow 30% of a mustache?
I mean, 20% is all I can do at the best of times, to be honest.
We're close then. We're only 10% off. So I don't know what you do with that 6 months. Maybe pay for postage to write a letter to Nigel Mansell to ask for advice, maybe. That's all I can think, really, of what you'd do.
His advice would just be don't shave, though.
You'd have to find out, I guess. Back to the racing. It's our X30s that will be back out on track once again. We had a great session with them earlier on for our first heat of the day. I think there's going to be a brief pause out on track while we get things rearranged in the paddock. That's one thing that's worth mentioning here at Wilton Kart Club is there is such a huge fleet of kart drivers, different classes. Just think of the logistics that get involved in what is, a comparatively small area. Yeah. Everyone's here of getting their karts moved into the right places. So props to everyone behind the scenes for keeping things working as smoothly as they do. But here's our grid then for our senior X30 and 177 running. It's Oliver Meek and Finley Allen on row 1, followed by Bailey Brooker and Archie Heron on the second row of the grid. Archie Forber and Jensen Buckingham complete row 3. Some big names from the earlier running today. Daniel Keov and then Oliver Keenan on row 4, followed by Isabel Banks and Ella Rowe. Then we have Herman Wright and Laith Khan. And Mark Hennings from our 177 running there. So looking forward to seeing these drivers back out on track once more.
Indeed. Obviously, we were speaking about it earlier that just because it's a slightly smaller grid than some of the completely packed 30 kart grids, doesn't mean the action is any less. And arguably, the action in this race earlier on was absolutely fantastic. So hopefully we can have a continuation of that once again. So they go out, have 2 laps of just getting used to the grip limits. And I've just seen you counting down. Are you counting down the...
Yes, I was.
You are.
We haven't quite made the mark, unfortunately.
Oh,
We've raised £6.
No, what a shame. Anyway. The karts are currently warming up their tyres, getting ready for this race, which is far more interesting than a non-existent mustache. Down the back straight.
No. Non-existent for now. Formation is happening. 13 karts out on track. We will find something else to talk about other than the mustache, I promise, folks. The sun's coming out.
It is coming out.
It is coming out. Yeah, that is a welcome change.
And the wind's picking up as well. And do you know how I know that? Because the blind...
the blind is... that's actually a useful... It keeps us cool and lets us know about wind conditions for the drivers. Nice slow formation then for... this pack. Of course, it's the responsibility of the leading drivers to kind of set that pace, and they have that extra kind of, well, not necessarily directly responsible, but they need to make sure that everyone can get formed up properly, and the conditions are present to do that. So they head around that final corner towards the tram lines. The revs rise, and we are good to go racing once again. Meek versus Brooker into that front first couple of corners, and Meek so far has control, but Brooker has a look down the inside, is pretty much side by side as we head towards Christmas. We'll have the inside line towards the right-hander. A move around the outside goes a little bit wrong there for the number 15 of Forber. Forber was brave on the first lap of the first heat for the senior X30s. Didn't quite reward him this time, though, and has to tumble down the order ever so slightly there. But Meek versus Brooker goes the way of Brooker this first phase of the race. Brooker taking the charge.
Indeed, yes. And I spotted something on that formation lap where Brooker was actually keeping the radiator flap closed. It's clearly trying to get some additional heat into that engine, so perhaps he thought his engine needed warming up just a little bit more. Line astern through the chicane for the first time of asking in this race. And, second time of asking. Bailey Brooker into the lead, Oliver Meek in second, Finley Allen in third, Archie Heron and Jensen Buckingham. That is your top 5 as we're looking at it right now. But Oliver Meek, he's lost that position. He is not giving up just yet. He's already looking at potentially a second line to try and get underneath Bailey Brooker. Try and just unnerve him just a little bit. For the time being, though, Bailey Brooker is not falling for it. And arguably, Finley Allen, now right in the back of Oliver Meek, is looking very, very racy. Archie Heron and Buckingham also in that pack. We've got a 5-way fight for this lead already, with 6 6.5 minutes remaining on the race. It could go the way of any of these drivers. We saw last time out that all of them were within like a tenth or two of each other in lap time, and now that they're all together, there's no reason they can't be basically on the same pace. We've got Oliver Meek that always starting to build just a little bit of a gap back to Finley Allen. I'm sure that will close up quite quickly, but for the time being, you can see there the brakes just skating around into Christmas Corner. They are on the absolute limit of what these karts can do.
They really are mighty impressive. They're able to kind of get right up to that limit off the blocks from the start of their heat. You can see Brooker is under pressure from Meek as Meek says, I want that race lead back, thank you very much. And Alan says, I don't mind second position as well. Brilliant stuff here. He might be bringing Heron on through as well. In fact, there is Heron, up into third place. But Brooker losing out pretty substantially in the second half of this lap. Congratulations, what a race so far.
That was absolutely fantastic then from Oliver Meek, because it was very clever what he did. Down into Osiers, he went to the inside and put Brooker in a position where he wasn't not only going to be able to keep that position, but he was going to then be sort of under attack from the karts behind him. Very, very, very clever racing. Up the inside there went, I think that was Buckingham, potentially. I think, yes, it was Buckingham on Brooker. So Brooker has lost another position, and now another one. Booking now down on Laith Khan. So he's gone from first down to sixth in the space of about a lap. So not a great start there for Brooker. So hopefully he can try and get back on his pace, get back in his mental kind of range where he needs to be operating, and start making those positions back again. You see there that Finley Allen going a little bit wide through Oblivion, but just about manages to keep it, and now he's under attack from Archie Heron. Speaking of Archie's, Archie Forber, obviously we saw drop a wheel in the grass a bit earlier on, up to 15th position now, so starting to make some moves potentially onto the back of this train here, so he is not out of it yet.
Certainly is not, and what a great recovery drive that would be. Speaking of recovery drives, once again, Laith Khan, 7 positions gained in this race so far. As we say, Brooker, confident start that seems to have just dissipated ever so slightly. What a shame, as we're seeing plenty of action through the final corner. Now, Meek can breathe a sigh of relief while Allen, Heron and Buckingham have a bit of a squabble. It's going to be Heron who tries to have a look around the outside initially into Oblivion. It's a bit too far back to make anything stick. They stay in single file through Christmas, and it's going to be Ashby's going to be the next potential opportunity here as we run down hill ever so slightly. We stay in single file and wait for the mid part of the lap, but there is a move down the inside. I believe that was Forber on Chaos.
Yeah.
There, so Forber continuing on his recovery drive.
Indeed, yes. And I think this front group at the moment is working together. They can see Oliver Meek driving away a little bit in front of them. They remember they've got the PTSD from this morning where he drove away and they went, I don't want that to happen again. So they're trying to work together at the moment just to make sure that he doesn't. But that gap, let's go over the line. There we go. It's gained by another 10th. Oliver Meek, a 45.52. That is a 10th of a second quicker than anybody else in this leading pack. Up the inside there went Laith Khan on Jensen Buckingham. So again, speaking about recovery drives, started in 12th position, now up 8 places to 4th place. Laith, one of the big movers in the last race, one of the big movers in this race, and arguably not done yet.
No, really not. I think we're going to see plenty more from Laith throughout the rest of the day. Of course, our finals were the group positions based upon the performances. So far this morning, we should be expected to see more there, but we have a look at the front end of the pack. Sorry, no, we don't. We look at the number 15 of Archie Forber, who's on that recovery drive and heads down the start-finish straight. Chaos keeping that pressure on, though, might have been overtaken, but certainly not giving up that fight just yet as they run through Oblivion. Look at the speed being carried there. Forber pretty much on the limit. You don't want to try and run out any wider than that, really, otherwise you're going to be scrubbing off some speed, shall we say. 2 minutes and a bit left on the clock as they run it down to Ashby's.
Indeed, yeah, and Archie Forber is now in a position where he's got a 3.5 second gap to the next group in front of him. So unless these have something like catastrophic where they trip over each other and lose those couple of seconds, I don't see him really being able to catch on to the back of this group. So his recovery drive and his damage limitation probably ends at around 7th place, I'd imagine. But still, very, very impressive to get back on and get those positions back. But this front group is far from done. We've got the 78 of Laith Khan trying to catch on the back of Archie Heron now. look how close they are. Through the right-hander, now down towards Ashby. He's going to make a move. No, he's going to stick in the wheel tracks for the time being. He's not ready to make that move. As they now go into Wilkins, towards Ogiers. Let's see. Are there any moves going to be made into the booth? I don't think it's close enough right this second. Let's see if we get a good exit out onto the back straight. I think he's a bit too far back for the time being. So he's going to keep in the wheel tracks of the number 59 of Archie Heron for the time being. Finley Allen in all of this has got a couple of kart lengths in front of Finley Allen, but he's then got nearly a second in front of him to Oliver Meek, so he's a bit in no man's land now. He hasn't got the bump draft to be able to try and keep up with Oliver Meek. And while Archie Heron is being busy with, if he had mirrors, rear view mirrors full of Laith Khan, in which case it's just his visor when he turns around, a visor full of Laith Khan, he's a bit busy trying to defend from the charging 78. So for the time being, there's not really much that Finley Allen can do. Onto the back straight once again now, as I believe we've got 2 laps remaining at the end of this lap, into the boot, and you can see Laith Khan is kind of queuing him up now. I think he's looking now, okay, where could I possibly do this? Is it going to be into the boot? Is it going to be down, up at Christmas? And arguably, through Oblivion, look how close he is. So I think Christmas could be a possibility. Here we go. On to that straight, up towards Christmas corner. No, he sticks behind him for the time being, still in 4th place.
It is enthralling to kind of stay tuned as to what Laith Khan is doing, because whatever he's doing is working very well so far.
There we go, up the inside at Ashby, and he completely caught Archie Heron napping. Up round the outside now goes Archie Heron. He's got it back. I think he's got it back. No, Laith Khan, sorry, has managed to keep it around the outside. So well done. He got the inside there, ran a little bit wide into Ashby. We got Archie Heron kind of getting that cutback. Speaking of cutbacks, both of them pass a back marker, and that was very opportune from Archie Heron. He gets that 3rd place back as we go to the final lap now. That was fantastic driving from Heron. He got caught napping by Laith Khan, but he got his own back into the booth. Laith Khan is not going to be happy with that. Up towards Christmas. Look how defensive he's going. Swings back over the left-hand side. Now through the left-hander. Now down towards the right-hander of Ashby. Here we go. Is there anything that he can do? No. Nothing for the time being. In all of this as well, we've got Bailey Brooker right behind them, trying to make any moves that he can as well. He's obviously on a bit of recovery as he lost all those positions on the 2nd lap earlier on in the race. But round the final couple of corners now comes Oliver Meek, the number 67, the man who has dominated both this race and the first heat. He comes out the last corner and he takes that win 1.04 seconds ahead of Finley Allen, Archie Heron, Laith Khan, Bailey Brooker, Jensen Buckingham, Archie Forber, Daniel Cahoff, Oliver Keane and Isabel Banks. And Reeve.
Yeah, another well-contested race. Oliver Meek, cool, calm and collected overall. It was comparatively plain sailing, but what a fight that we got to enjoy there between the likes of Heron, Khan and Brooker as well. Brooker, maybe the race not quite going their way based on how it started, but you know, still in the mix there, still putting on a good show overall. So well done to everyone in that 2nd heat for our senior X30s and 177s as well. We won't be seeing those competitors until this afternoon when we kick off proceedings for our Slipstream members only finals that will be broadcasted here from Wilton Mill. What a race though, thoroughly enjoyed that. Can't wait to see what we'll have from them later on. As I say, it's not the last of our X30 action though this morning, because up next we have our X30 Juniors.
Second race of the day then for the Junior X30s. The race earlier on was very interesting, very hotly contested, and I'm sure this one will be absolutely no different. Here is your starting grid. Max Mason and Nathaniel Hodges, 2 of the big names from the first race earlier on the first row, with Finley Hines and Brandon Edwards, another 2 of the big movers in that first race, on the 2nd row. Charlie Blenkinsop and Logan Lauder, again, 2 of the big names on the 3rd row, and the 4th row of Harry Watson and Ethan Windsor. Now, Ethan Windsor obviously had that mechanical at the start of the first race, so he's going to be looking to try and have a bit of redemption in this 2nd heat of the day. So, an 8-kart field. We've been talking about some of the smaller grids they always tend to produce some really good racing, and they did earlier on. I'm hoping they do again for this one. Again, Junior X30, a fantastic category the world over, and here at Wilton Mill for the Kart Club, they have put on a show already for us today. So it should be very, very interesting to see how they all kind of come back after that first heat we saw earlier on. We saw a lot of fighting, we saw a lot of moving around, we saw a lot of opportune dive bombs and a lot of sort of skating sideways into Christmas Corner. I'm hoping to see the same again.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, it might be a more condensed grid, but you've still got those packs that form up and still action to be found no matter where you are. We talked about that earlier on, and hopefully we'll see the same thing once again. Big hello to anyone who is tuning in now and showing support for the drivers, maybe your friends, maybe your family, maybe you're just an enthusiast of the club or of these championships. And a big thank you to all of you who do tune in.
Indeed, yes, absolutely. It really does mean a lot. Everyone obviously in the comments, everyone here at the circuit. It's fantastic to see the support that grassroots karting can get, you know, and that's obviously one of the best things about SlipStream as well. It's promoting this grassroots karting to a wider audience. So that's one thing that's absolutely fantastic about it. Here we go then. They are lining up in formation for the start of their second heat of the day. A couple of the drivers still weaving, trying to get that last bit of temperature, the last degree of temperature into their tyres. I think we should be good to go this time around. They're all completely in line. They're all in formation perfectly. Here we go, around the last corner. Are we going racing this time around?
Well, we're very packed up and eager to go, I think, as we head down the tram lines. That seems to be confirmation, I think, that we are good to go racing. Mason already on the defence at the start of this race. Hodge is pouncing pretty much from the race start. As we make our way down to Christmas now, the field using as much of the track that is available to them. Obviously, with a condensed grid, there's plenty of track available to them, so they've got lots of opportunities, lots of ways to navigate in the corners to play with, as it's getting very feisty at the front end. Karts are rotating through Ashby.
I think Finley Hines went a little bit wide there into Ashby and lost a position. So that's interesting there. But you could just see that Max Mason, as soon as those lights were out and he got past the line, he cut straight across Hodges to make sure that he couldn't get any position on him. And unfortunately for Nathaniel Hodges, he's now got a contact warning as well. So I didn't quite see where that was from, but obviously there are people with better eyes and better viewing points than I do. Coming through the first corner for the second time of asking now, this first group have already pulled away. We've got Regenstoff and Lauder in fourth and fifth, just by themselves. And then you've got Edwards, Windsor and Watson at the back in another trio. Up the inside there, Max Mason trying to have a bit of a look. No, I think it might have been actually, sorry, not Max Mason, Nathaniel Hodges trying to defend from Finley Hines behind him. Finley Hines, you can see there, right on the back bumper, that number 93. Up the inside, into Oceans, and he makes the move there. He caught Nathaniel Hodges completely napping. And look at the gap now that Max Mason has as we go into the boot once again. Nathaniel Hodges is not happy about that. He's trying to get underneath, but no, Finley Hines is not letting him. He's not giving him any room to operate. Coming round the last corner for another time. There we go, Finley Hines into second place. That was fantastically opportune from the number 157 there.
It was indeed. He's on the defence now as they are attached into Christmas. Karts rotating and maybe going the wrong way round, but luckily we still make it clear, as you said, Kieran, the juniors, they see a gap. They're going to go for it, and that's what we saw. That was Hines saying, right, he's escaping, is Mason. I need to have a chance here, but round the outside, that's going to be Hodges, spun around. Oh dear, they are tagged together. A race coming to a bit of a bitter end there. That's the number 27 of Blenkinsop getting caught up now in that bit of a tangle. What a shame that battle ends that way. As I said, you can get that building sense of desperation. And now we head on to the next lap, at least with our race leaders. Hines continues on in second, but that was very much a case of Hodges wanting to try and make amends for that position he lost early on. Unfortunately, it did not work out. Lauder up into P3 then, as Harry Watson, they all gained positions, obviously, with those two dropping down. Blenkinsop into 8th, Hodges 7th.
And this is played fantastically into Max Mason's hands here. Here we go. Here's a replay of what happened. So around the outside, we tried to go, and it just gets caught up, and then is unfortunately
that's
there.
bodywork tangle or wheel tangle, isn't
exactly, it? Yeah. Unfortunately, there for Blenkinsop, he was a complete passenger in that accident. He could go absolutely nowhere. Massive shame for Blenkinsop. He's got all the work to do in the final later on today. They're coming around the final corner once again now. We've got, Max Mason. And into the pits now comes the number 56 there. Is that?
Edwards.
No, it is Edwards. I wonder what that's for.
So he was in that train, I think, that was caught up potentially in that little pack. To my knowledge, I could well have read the non number. And potentially there's an issue that he spotted on the kart that maybe needs a bit of attention. Obviously, we've got a final to compete in later on, so we don't want to be risking running the karts with any kind of major damage. Hines is the driver that we're looking at, caught up in the action a couple of laps ago. Now finds himself in a comfortable second. All of a sudden, he's in that no man's land, which is often, it can be a bit lonely, a bit boring, but often no man's land can be a good thing in racing if you're at the top end and you're comfortable in knowing where you might end up. It
is absolutely, but one thing that's really interesting, we're talking about condensed grids. The implications of an incident like that are significantly smaller on this grid, because when we get to the final, they're only 3 or 4 positions behind where they would have been anyway. And so that if they're aggressive at the start of the race, that can easily be done in a lap with some people. And so potentially that doesn't count them out of the running for the race win later on at all. And that's one of the good things about this, like yes, okay, it's going to be a bit of a recovery, a bit of a damage limitation, but that doesn't mean they can't get some really solid points for their championship hopes. Coming around the final corner once again now with Max Mason, he is, you were talking about some free air no man's land, he is in no man's land completely. He is completely comfortable out there for the second time today, except this time he's got a almost 3.5 second gap. Last time around, set his fastest lap, which is 46.52. However, Nathaniel Hodges, one of the quick guys, a 46.51, 100th of a second quicker, down in 6th place, has just set the fastest lap. Like we were saying, anybody up and down the grid can do this. And what's really good as well, I'm looking at the time screen as well, one thing we haven't mentioned is you see a lot of privateers in the kart clubs, and it's like a dad and lad type thing. And even though obviously there's drivers that compete with the teams, and the teams are a very safe option for people, especially if they don't know the mechanicals quite as well, it doesn't count out the dad and lads from being able to compete and compete really highly. You see dad and lads doing really well at British Championship level kind of races. And the fact that Nathaniel Hodges, we've seen him, he is absolutely on it. Charlie Blenkinsop as well, he's absolutely on it. Both of them privateers, both of them dad and lad racers, both of them completely in it and competing at exactly the level they are able to. They are doing really, really well. Obviously a massive shame for Blenkinsop and Hodges to get caught up a bit earlier on. But in the final, who knows? We'll see what happens. Brendan Edwards has been flagged for under investigation. I didn't see what happened there. It happened a minute ago. So something the race stewards have seen they're not happy with. They just want to make sure that there was nothing untoward about whatever happened. So, for the time being, we've got Brandon Edwards under investigation. Max Mason continuing to open up his lead, almost 4 seconds now ahead of Finley Hines. And this race has kind of settled down now. So it just means that when they get to the final later on, they are all going to be so ready for a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. The order's going to look very similar, but there's that bit of a reset where they're closed up, and as we say, it's the final. Everything's on the line in terms of points now. We start looking at those championships, the likes of Edgar, Hines, Finley Hines, well, Finley Hines is the standout name there, really, of our championship competitors here today. So everything on the line for those finals later on. Less than 60 seconds left on the clock. We look on at Max Mason, who is running such a comfortable lead now. A bit of a moment of respite for him, I imagine. It'll still be hard work getting the kart around the track with decent pace, but comparatively easy compared to that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely in a flow state now. Once you get into a comfortable window, you know where your braking points are, you know where your steering points are. You've got all your reference points around the track, and it's just about hitting them every single time. And that is as much a mental challenge as it is a physical, like we've said this multiple times. Up the inside there goes the number, was that 56 of Brendan Edwards? So that was the 90,
Yeah, it's number
93,
93 of
Nathaniel
Hodges.
Hodges. So that was on Brendan Edwards. So, no, Ethan Windsor, sorry. No. So Nathaniel Hodges, fastest lap currently by him, and he's just gone up into 5th place. Again, damage limitation. And because Blenkinshoff is going to be further back in the grid for the final, it means that he has one less person to try and overtake to get onto the back bumper of Max Mason and Finley Hines in that race later on today. Next lap around will be the last lap, which Max Mason, I'm sure, is probably very welcome to see. He's kind of like, right, can this end, please? I'm 4.5 seconds ahead of everyone now. But yeah, like you get into a flow state, you get into a point where you're hitting all your reference points, and you're just in a very comfortable window of operation. Speaking of window of operation, Harry Watson is not looking very comfortable at the moment, with Nathaniel Hodges already eyeing up another position. So as we go around for the final lap of asking into oblivion, he is bumper to bumper through the right-hander onto the rumble strip. Now they go side by side up towards Christmas corner. He goes completely defensive. Nathaniel Hodges around the outside, and he takes that position away. That was absolutely fantastic. Watson got, I think, a bit unnerved there, and he brakes a little bit earlier than he perhaps would have done ordinarily. Nathaniel Hodges is now up into 4th position, so he has only got a couple of positions between himself and Max Mason come the final later on. But Max Mason does everything that he needs to do. I think that last lap he had a bit of an issue because he's dropped a second to Finley Hines, but that doesn't matter. Around the last corner, he comes across the line and he takes his 2nd win of the day. Finley Hines in 2nd position, Logan Lauder and Harry Watson in 4th position. Nathaniel Hodges in 4th position, Harry Watson in 5th position, Ethan Windsor in 6th, Brandon Edwards in 7th, and Blenkinshoff, unfortunately, we saw... Sorry, Brendan Edwards out earlier on, and Blenkinshoff out earlier on as well. That was certainly an interesting race, and the implications for going into the final are very, very interesting. But we're going to go for a very quick ad break. We'll see you in just a second.
Priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership, and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Thank you, Piers Pryor, for that message there, and as is outlined in that advert there, if you want to see some more of our action today, do make sure you take part in that SlipStream membership. Click that join button, click that link in the description. Multiple ways of doing so, because who wants to miss out on the finals action that we have this afternoon? It should be good. If that was anything to go by, Junior X30 is putting on a very good show for us there.
So I just noticed the fan in the window
I'm
of
envious.
the clubhouse.
Yeah.
I would like a fan in here, I'll be totally honest. I'm sure there's a spare one somewhere.
We had one on the rider. We had one on the rider.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not going to repeat what the director has just told me, because it's something about the mustache again, which he keeps bringing up, which has nothing to do with Junior X30s, which have just come out onto the track. It's a packed grid, this one. They were absolutely exceptional earlier on. But let's go through the grid.
I think while we wait for... Oh no, I think we might have grids now just coming up in just a moment. Here we go then. Noah Wicklow and Charlie Page on the front row of the grid, followed by James Roots and Josh Cook, and it's Eddie Duncan and Rio Panayotou, followed by row 6, which will... Sorry, row 4, which will contain the karting 7th and 8th, and they look like they will be Flynn Grantham and Otis Cleary, followed by Dean Singh Pahal and Lewis Herbertson, followed by Will Eden and Elliot Bourke on row 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, it's Edison and Burrows, Marley Fisher, then Preston Howard and Charlie Heffer. Thomas Laidler and Noah Hobson complete row 9, and on the 10th row of the grid, we have no one, because we are going racing. It's Wicklow versus Page through Oblivion. We go. Wicklow controls things quite nicely, and that's a false start, so we're not going to go racing. It is going to be a reforming of the grid. We'll pretend that race start never happened. And we'll pretend that we didn't briefly miss that race start because I muddled up the grids a little bit.
Well, it doesn't matter because we were talking earlier about some of the exceptional names that we've got in this, and I'm just looking at that grid. No Wicklow at the very front, Charlie Page second, James Root, Josh Cook, Eddie Duncan. You know, they're all at the very front there. We're going through the grids again, are we? Flynn Grantham, Otis Clearly, Dinsing Bahal, Lewis Herbertson, Will Eden, Elliot Bork. Edison Burrows, Marley Fisher, Preston Howard, Charlie Heffer, Thomas Lader and Noah Hobson. Henry Algarg, Ethan Coupland, James Carver, Seki Komatsu, Santiago Simone and Lenny Dorrington, Jake Hansford, Billy Gromit, Roshan Bakda, Eli Ramajo, Harry Carthy and Mohammed Umar Abdeen. And Logan Rolfe at the very back once again. So, here we go. Next time of asking, second time around, let's go. Also, we had a mention in the chat earlier. Santiago Simone had a bumper come off. That's why had an issue. But here we go. Into the tram lines. Are we going racing this time around? Let's check. They are racing indeed. So, through Oblivion for the first time. And you can see there, Noah Wicklow is just trying to defend from Charlie Page and James Reese. They are so close already, going up towards Chris's corner. He is stuck to the right-hand side of the track, trying to defend himself against the drivers right behind him. Charlie Page is following him down. And now James Reese is starting to look towards the back as Josh Cook gets quite close to him as well. Look at this train of cars into Ashby. Now to go into Wilkins and down towards Ogiers. Look how close they are. Linus Stern up the inside there. Josh Cook on James Roots. No, sorry, Eddie Duncan on Josh Cook, that was, side by side. But they are just trying to get into their positions, settle down into this race. They are still side by side as they get down towards the boot here. But now, Linus Stern, look at this fantastic shot as they bump over that curb at the boot. Side by side there for about 5th place further back. I'm trying to keep up to date with this, but I can't. Dean Singh Bahal. We said earlier, Dean had a fantastic start, made some ground up, and is now up into 4th place. Well, up 5 positions in 1 lap. That is what you call progress. Make that 6 positions because Dean Singh Bahal up into 3rd place.
Will Eden was behind as well, making up 7 positions. So plenty of progress throughout this pack, a much wider field of drivers overall compared to what we've just had. Huge numbers in this session. Very different dynamic for these drivers. Wind definitely picking up as it's getting a bit gusty in here now as we head through the boot, through the chicane, all in that single file. As we saw that great shot on that previous lap there, just gives you a sense of the relentless nature of these huge slipstream trains that we have kind of building up before drivers start vying for position into corner entry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of my favourite things, I've said this a few times, is like the massive train of carts as they're going over that curb at the boot. It is such an awesome shot. Seeing that up the inside there goes, I think that might have been Otis Clearly, Josh Cook part of the group. I didn't quite see the actual number on the inside. Once again, they're all over the place at the moment, going down towards Ogiers. Once again, there is 2 very distinct groups at the moment. You've got this front group, which is a bit more relaxed now, and then the second group, which is not. They are looking left and right, trying to find any way past they can at the moment. So the first 4 are quite tame, and then from Will Eden down, that's when they're starting to fight a bit more. So here we go. Let's look. Will Eden... Eddie Duncan now. Will Eden dropped from 5th to 7th in that last lap as they go up towards Christmas corner. Once again, 5 and a bit minutes remaining on the clock. James Roots looks very, very comfortable now at the front of the field with Noah Wicklow right behind him. Dinsing Bahal has just got into groove now in 3rd position with Flynn Grantham in 4th behind. But side-by-side action a bit further back in the field as well.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here from the drivers. I do want to commend the drivers overall so far this morning. Driving standards seem to be, really thoroughly enjoyable racing from our point of view. So well done, everyone, for that. Just over half race time left to go in this one. We're starting to see a few patches beginning to shape up now. That huge slipstream train is beginning to separate out ever so slightly. Certainly not from that camera angle, it doesn't look like it, but a few kart lengths beginning to separate out for a few drivers.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. But even though there might be a gap appearing somewhere else, the gap is shrinking.
Yes.
And that's what's fantastic about these massive trains of cars as well. Yeah, you can see that all of they're quite tame at the moment. So in this middle part of the race, where they're slowing down apart from that overtake there, they're all just going to be getting ready for that final push towards the end of the race. There's going to be drivers that are working together, trying to get close to someone in front of them, with drivers working together to try and get away from people behind them. And so it's a bit of a cat and mouse. It's a mental game up above the entire field. Up the inside there goes the 1-2-5, and that is James Carver on Noah Hobson down in 19th place. So action all the way down this field at the moment. Now we've got the number 81, I think that was.
Marley Fisher.
Marley Fisher defending from Charlie Heffer as well. So they're very, very close on track. There's so much going on. Fourth place looks interesting as well. So Finn Grantham is trying to hold off Eddie Duncan for the time being. So Eddie Duncan got away from that pack he was at the front of initially, closed up on Grantham, and is just trying to make some inroads into that first couple of positions. Look at this now. There's a trio of carts going down into the boot. There's a duo of carts, and then a random couple of carts, and then there's another train. Here they are. So this is the 97, I think it is, no, 27, sorry, of Seki Komatsu and Santiago Simeone. So yeah, Simeone, they had an issue with their bumper. So it came off 2 laps into Heat 1, and they asked for a mention when into Rotax starts. So, well, here you go. You got a mention. There you go, Simeone. So have a good race. I hope it's all going very well for you. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at what else is happening on the field. Actually, Noah Wicklow is starting to close in on James Roots now. So James Roots was very comfortable. Now, arguably, perhaps not.
No, they're very close in terms of their current pace and in terms of their fastest laps. In fact, their last lap was their best lap. It's only about 500ths of a second separating them, but it's just that chipping away that Wicklow's been doing over the past 2 laps which has made the difference. He's staying in that slipstream now, runs down at the start-finish straight. Pahal improving his progression through the pack, now up into 3rd in this race, started 9th. No less so, really impressive run for Pahal. Just a little bit back down compared to the likes of Wicklow and Roots. But we watch on through Christmas corners. We see the rest of the pack, which was at one point very compact, very condensed. Now just slightly spreading out, but we go side by side down through Ashby there. Nice move for the driver in the blue suit. And that is the number 125 and the number 175, 122 of Cook and Cleary. That we are now following up towards the boot. And there we can see that is going to be the number 26 of Flynn Grantham actually getting around Cook and into the boot. We have a quartet that are pretty much attached as we run through the chicane into that final corner where you go. It becomes a drag race down towards Oblivion, being led by Flynn Grantham. Doesn't benefit from any slipstream that the other drivers behind might have a slight advantage from, but he does at least have lay of the land, at least has control. But here goes Cook, has a move down the inside, tries to hang it around. It's still side by side. It wasn't a lunge, it was just a pretty settle, and the back goes round. The back goes round for Flynn Grantham. There he is able to get the carts pointed in the right direction, and no surprise the yellow flag being waved there. So just got a little bit fraught at the end, unfortunately. Otherwise, a brilliant battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's a shame they came together up through Christmas there, but fantastic racing from all of them. And one notable mention, I want to say, in this pack of carts that we were just following, is Logan Rolfe. Started in 32nd. Let's see where he is as he comes across the line, because last time around he was in 14th. Here we go. Let's see where he is this time. He is now in 10th place. He has made up 22 positions. He's into the top 10 already. That is absolutely astonishing from Logan Rolfe. We know he's a very, very capable and quick driver. That is just exhibit A of what he can do. Still wave yellows up there. Where is that? Someone, whoever stopped. I can't see who it is has actually stopped there. Let's have a quick look. Is that Charlie Page, I think, has stopped. I think Charlie Page has pulled off the road, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Here we go. So, coming through there, he just gets a bit... Overtake onto yellow. Ah, okay. Right, okay. Right, that's what the replay was for. Thank you very much for that. I thought that was the collision. No, it wasn't. So that was the overtake under yellow. So that is Charlie Page getting an overtake under yellow. No, 5-second penalty, so I'm guessing that's what it's for. So yeah, so much happening at the moment. We're on the final lap, I didn't even notice. James Root, I'm sure he's somewhere near the... Yeah, he's on the back straight now. Here he is. Still defending against Noah Wicklow. Dean Singh Bahal defending against Eddie Duncan. But through the boot for the final time in the heat today. James Root's done exactly what he needs to do. Noah Wicklow right on the back bumper, but couldn't make the inroads. Round the final corner and across the line to take the win. Noah Wicklow in second. Dean Singh Bahal almost a draglet race to the line. 900th of a second between Bahal and Duncan. Then Josh Cook, Otis Clearly, Will Eden, Lewis Herbertson, Logan Rolfe into 9th place in the end, up 23 positions, yes. And Pani Antio in 10th place. So here we go. Here is the instant as it happened. Up towards Christmas Corner, side by side with them, round the outside, and just on the... Yeah.
It was the curb upsetting the cart.
It was, yeah. So there was no contact initially. Just got the curb upsetting the cart, spun around, and just caught up with a couple of very unfortunate participants in that. That was very, very unfortunate. Definitely a racing incident, yeah. Unfortunately, but they'll have another chance later on in the final. See the 57 there of Eddie Duncan coming into the pits. Everyone just having their bumper check. As Andrew Mather would say, it's his favourite part of the race because it's whether they get any bumper penalties. I think that's very unfair of him. His favourite part is to see if anybody gets a penalty. But 32 there of Logan Rolfe. I'm so impressed with Logan Rolfe today. He's done so well. 2 very, very strong drives through the fields, and I think everyone so far looks quite good, so we should be okay. Let's see, 97 coming in now. That is Thomas Laidler. He's also good. Anyway, stop watching bumpers, because coming up next we have got the Honda Cadets. So Honda Cadets, the instantly recognisable engine tones of those Honda engines.
Yes.
And I do want to ask, has anybody managed to build a VTEC system for it?
You've had an hour.
You've had an hour? What you playing as? Anyway, Callum Ryan starts...
Apologies to anyone with an EP3 in the car park that might be wondering why it's not starting now.
Callum Ryan starts on pole position with Jesse Bailey, Chris Doshi and Louis Dawson. Freddie Williams and Kieran Doherty in 6th. Then Ethan Hulbert, Teddy Morton, Oscar Watson, Felix Bessel and Joey Comber in 11th position. Now, the last race that we saw of the Honda Cadets earlier on today, those first couple of drivers were quite feisty with each other. Not in a bad way, just like there were constant changes of positions and it was fantastic to watch. So hopefully we'll get more of that once again. There they are, all getting ready to go. And again, the helmet designs, all different, all fantastic. I love the creativity some of the designers come up. Some of it obviously comes from the designer itself. Some of them are inspired by the driver. They kind of want, I want something like this. And you just love the difference in all of them. And for the parents as well, and their teams, it's a lot easier to kind of spot. You're just looking for that one very striking, very different helmet.
Yes, you are indeed. It's as you say, it's such a wide variety. It is great to see. No one's gone for just kind of a picture of their face yet, but I think that could be a good one. If you just have your face,
a picture of your face on the helmet.
On the helmet, might be slightly creepy, but it might work.
I mean, it might distract your opponents.
It would be unique.
Yeah, that is one word for it.
Yeah,
yes,
it would be unique.
Yes.
This is my career in helmet design didn't really take off.
No.
No.
I can see why.
Yeah.
Did you try and draw someone's face on their helmet?
The most I've ever done is slapped a few stickers on my on my old indoor karting helmet, pretty much.
Do keep your comments coming in the chat. We've had a couple we've been a bit too busy and distracted to have a look at, but we've got River Racing 28. Let's go, Callum. So thank you for the support there. Ferrari 3162, Bravo Dylan, Bella Gara, and then also during that previous race was Vi Dian and Sei Tutti. No, I don't speak Italian, so I'm not quite sure what that is. And then, oh god, David Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie, Have a picture of Kieran with a tash on the back of your helmet. No, let's not do that. That's a bad idea. But anyway, let's look back at the racing. We've got some obviously spectators around and having a quick look, and one very young spectator there in a very stripy shirt. I think, is that a football? I'm not a football fan, but is that a football shirt? It looks like it. Having a look at the drivers before they go out on track. I'm guessing at the moment we're having a bit of a delay while they sort of clean up the carts that got stranded during that previous race. So hopefully we should be going in a short moment. But for the time being, the drivers are going to be sat there just having a bit of a think. They're not. They're driving out on track.
Yeah.
They were having a think about what they're going to do, what their action plan, their game plan was for the race. So here they are out on track. And now what you'll see is they're all kind of wiggling around, having to try and get the heat into the tyres. So the conditions shouldn't be too dissimilar from when they went out earlier on either, because I think it dried by the time they came out.
Yeah, I think within the first 3 or 4 races, I think
Yeah.
the track had pretty much got to a point where it was pretty happy. Since then, we've had a little bit of sunshine, and the temperature should have risen a little bit. So maybe a slight improvement. Obviously, there's a bit more rubber on the track as well. Not that, I mean, I'm not from around here, so I don't know if we've had any rain spells at all apart from last night, really, to wash much away from the track. I know we certainly haven't up north. Which is a remarkable change to the norm. All of our Honda drivers now navigating their way, getting some of that heat off the track and into the tyres.
Yes, of course. And if you're wondering why they're not falling into formation, well, don't forget, this is a standing start. One of the unique things about the Honda Cadets, they can do a standing start. So they are just getting into their grid positions for the time being. And we did see... Was it Watson, I think, in that first race, just stalled on the grid and couldn't get off the line. So that is a bit of a shame. But hopefully they all get off without too much of an issue. See the marshals there, just having them double check, make sure everyone is A, in the correct grid spot, and B, actually in their grid spot and not trying to have a cheeky sort of pull over the line and gain an extra couple of inches on their competitors. But I think they're all happy at the moment. So the marshals are leaving the grid. They're just double checking one final time. Everyone is in the right position. They are happy. They're walking alongside. The flag is getting ready to go up. Oh, one final check. Oh, starting his engine again. So here we go. Is he good? I think they're good. Yes. No. Maybe. Perhaps. Sometimes.
Well, no, we'll see that 5-second board being waved, which it's about to be any time now. Ryan versus Bailey as they run through Oblivion. Watch out for Dawson in this one. We saw a great battle featuring Dawson and Freddie Williams as well. So we have the 2 red lights and we are good to go racing now. That is an eager start from a number of drivers.
Doherty, especially.
So we'll see if anything comes from that. But either way, it's a good race start for everyone, all things considered now, isn't it? It's a nice getaway for everyone involved. So a nice, clean, standing start. Well done, everyone. Through Christmas corner we go and down towards Ashby once more.
Indeed, yes. So it's quite a tame start, thankfully, for the drivers as we come into Wilkins for the first time of asking and down towards Osiers. And this is exactly what the number 33 of Callum Ryan wanted. He wanted that safe start. Jesse Bailey to be behind him, but he is so close. Going into the boot for the first time, and already Chris Doshi, we saw in that first race, Chris was very on it, but just couldn't quite keep pace with Ryan and Bailey.
Ooh.
And already under investigation, Joey Comber and Teddy Morton. I wonder if that potentially they thought there was a full start there, a bit of an eager start we were talking about. It's come up towards Christmas corner, so potentially I wonder if that's why. Because we did see a couple of drivers getting off the line very quickly. Now, it could have been a full start, or it could have been a Valtteri Bottas. It's like, no, I just reacted really quickly.
Yeah.
So
just lightning.
We'll have to see what the stewards have to say about that. But for the time being, this first trio of carts of Ryan, Bailey and Doshi going into Osiers, and you've actually got Doherty there in no man's land almost. It's turning out to be. It's sort of I think the Honda Cadet races are a bit of a slow burner sometimes because they start off quite tame. and they just build and build and build and build. And speaking of, Doherty was in a bit no man's land. Freddie Williams, who had an interesting race last time around, has started to close that gap now, and potentially between himself and Louis Dawson can start working together with Doherty to close that gap back up to that leading trio and make sure they don't get away. So just under 6 minutes of this race still to go, and this pack, it could go any way to any of these drivers. Jesse Bailey is starting to drop back a bit from Callum Ryan now. Callum Ryan obviously trying to find his groove as we've got the number, who is that? That's the 94, is it? 94, yes, but all being overtaken there by the 61 of Freddie Williams. Yeah. Very opportune move. We've seen that a couple of times, and you can see there that Doherty is not happy with that move. He wasn't happy to be caught napping there, but now he's got right in his back bumper Louis Dawson coming around the final corner once again. So Freddie Williams has got up into 4th place, and Kieran Doherty dropped down to 5th. Louis Dawson still in 6th place, coming round Oblivion for the next time of asking, and up towards Christmas Corner. You can see there the Callum Ryan up at the front was having to go very defensive, I think that was. So yeah, it's all happening at the front of the grid now. It's starting to take shape of where this race could take us.
Yeah, no, just as we saw that top 3 last time out with the cadets, they were very close at the end of the race, and I think they're going to be even closer a little bit early on in the race, which only means for some fantastic battles. We saw Louis Dawson side by side last time round on the back straight, actually, with Kieran Doherty, so he feels like there's a real chance of an overtake here. Looking over the shoulder is Chris Doshi. Doesn't have to worry too much about what the next 3 carts are doing just yet. There's a bit of a gap there as we run through the boot, but I would say they do appear to be closing on this lap. They make their way round to the start-finish straight once more. Ryan still leads that charge, clearly on the defence now. Doshi, the fastest driver out of the lead 3 pack. So it's getting even closer, getting even more contentious in that lead battle. Over the shoulder looks Ryan, which is the first sign to the driver following that there's going to be a battle on, that the pressure is getting to the lead driver there. Bailey knows that there is a big fight on their hands now as we run through right and down towards the next left-hander.
And it's quite interesting at the moment with Ryan and Bailey, because obviously in an ideal scenario they want to try and pull away from Doshi and have just a 2-horse race for that win. You can see there that, at the inside there goes Doshi into 2nd place. So they caught Jesse Bailey napping there into the entrance to the boot. So Doshi now in 2nd place, right on the back bumper of Callum Ryan. So you can see Callum Ryan's going, oh, you're not Bailey anymore. Okay, all right. So let's work together still. So what I was saying, like, at what point do they decide, right, it's a 3-way fight for the lead, let's work together as a 3 to get away from the rest of them? Or at what point is it still a viable thing to try and get 2 of them away? So Callum Ryan, in an ideal scenario, wants to get Chris Doshi away from Jesse Bailey at the moment. Jesse Bailey obviously does not want that. Chris Doshi will want that. Try and make it a 2-horse race between the 2 of them. A contact warning there for Jesse Bailey. So that's a bit of a shame, but it's only a warning. So for the time being, as long as there's no other incidents, we should be okay. Coming down now towards the boot, once again, you can see Callum Ryan's having a look over his shoulder at Doshi. For the time being, Doshi cannot do anything. He's too far back. Jesse Bailey right on the back bumper of Doshi. So come around for another lap completed. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Doshi and Bailey almost run the risk of falling into the trap of beginning to continue on their scrabble of who should be the attacking driver and falling into the hands of and grasp of Williams and Doherty if they're not careful. But meanwhile, we see the number 77 of Hulbert going a little bit deep into the first part of the lap there under pressure from Teddy Morton. Meanwhile, at the front end of the pack, it's side by side between Doshi and Bailey once again. This is going to bring Williams and Doherty right onto the scene, and in fact, that's no longer a three-car battle for the race lead. There are Williams and Doherty. They're in for the fight now as well.
Absolutely. That's a 5-way fight, but in all of this, in all of that sort of carnage that was happening between Doshi and Bailey, Callum Ryan just started to pull a little bit of a gap. Now that might reduce quite quickly, but that's exactly what he is wanting. He's wanting them to trip over each other so he can drive away. Round the final corner, let's have a look at the gap over the line. It was 0.12.
Doshi leads the charge then as we head through the first couple of corners.
I completely missed that.
Yeah, that is a new race lead for Doshi, and I think he did have the momentum behind him, but loses it out as Ryan. And Doshi goes onto the grass. He's able to pick up the tarmac once more. Is under major threat, though, from not only Ryan, Bailey and Williams too. Williams has the inside into Ashby. There is Dawson in the background there, just not too far behind now himself. And Doshi for a moment led the charge, now finds himself in P3. It's Bailey in front of Ryan.
Yes, now the hunter has become the hunted. Callum Ryan has been in front of Jesse Bailey for such a while, and now that Bailey is in front, he's going to be looking behind at Callum going, right, what are you going to do? I know what you're like when you're defending. What are you like when you're attacking? See there, looking over his shoulder multiple times down this. That was 3 turns of the head down the start-finish straight. Ran Oblivion and up towards Christmas corner now. And Freddie Williams right on the back bumper of Krish Doshi.
Ooh.
At what point, again, we've been saying, what's the point? Do they stop working together and start fighting?
I think that points passes at
You
this
reckon?
point. Yeah, I think we're in full battle mode now between this top 4, and I say don't count out Dawson as well. He could well be within a shout of anything that goes on over the next lap or so.
Very, very true. Callum Ryan is right on the back bumper now of Jesse Bailey. Look how close he is. Yes, no, hang on. No, Jesse Bailey is back in second.
Yeah, it's Ryan.
It is Ryan.
Ryan
okay.
ahead of Bailey. Apologies.
I'm getting so confused here.
Doshi and Williams are just behind. That is the correct order. That is Doshi in P3. There is Ryan looking over the shoulder again for Jesse Bailey, who's keeping that pressure on. They are managing to keep a gap down to Doshi and Williams. I think Doshi's now too occupied with that battle against Williams to go for a run for the lead anymore, which might offer some respite to either Ryan or Bailey, although that's not settled yet. And as we head through Christmas, the gap ever so slightly closes up once more. Ashby might be quite telling to see if that does change as we head through the right-hander. Dawson, I thought, maybe had a chance to close up if the battles continued on, but that gap just seems to be slightly too great as we are now on the final lap of this race. And plenty of action to discuss from the top-end order of this Honda Cadet second heat of the morning. It's still Ryan for the time being. We've only got a couple of corners left to negotiate, and now that gap just begins to build up ever so slightly to a more comfortable point than it has been over the past few laps. Could have been anyone's game here in the second heat of Honda Cadets, but it goes to Callum Ryan, who takes the checkered flag. Jesse Bailey in P2. Krish Doshi ends up with a podium in the end. Freddie Williams in P4. Louis Dawson in P5. Kieran Doherty works his way back up into P6, followed by Ethan Hulbert, Teddy Morton, Oscar Watson, Felix Bessel, and Joey Comer completing the 11 carts competing in this Honda Cadet action.
It's quite interesting there. Callum Ryan very clearly, visibly fist pumping about that win. Now, normally during the heats, you do tend to see the drivers not really celebrating them, but clearly he was happy with that one. That was a tough fight, and he had to earn that position back over Jesse Bailey and Krish Doshi. That was a fantastic race between all these drivers. And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. It's a slow burner. It starts off quite tame, and they just build and build and build and build, and it's such an enjoyable series to watch. I cannot wait to see what they do in the final later on today. But for now, we have got another cadet category, because it is the Rotax Cadets coming up next. So, the Rotax Micros, the Cadets, are up next. You can see that center helmet we were talking about earlier on in the second row of the grid. Let's have a look at that grid. So, Chiavera and Caden Hanley on the front row, with Hugo Senna and Will Wainwright on the second. Jake Gould and Harry Riley are on the third. Then we've got Freddie Fullerton, Cooper Galloway, Teddy Shepherd and Tommy Lovejoy, Tommy Delaney and Jack Reed, followed by Jackson Foots, Daniel DeBero, Alexander Pitek and Nicodem Pitek. That is your 16 kart grid for the Rotax Cadets. And it was such a good race earlier on. These young drivers are very, very competitive with each other. And look how excited the crowd's getting. That young guy there with the shepherd, with the checkered shirt, not the checkered, the stripy shirt, putting his thumbs up to the drivers. He is very excited to see this race going out. He cannot wait to see what these drivers are going to offer up. Not just us here, not just the spectators around the circuit, but all of you at home as well. Once again, thank you very much for tuning in, and don't forget forget, if you want to see the finals, you can do so with a Slipstream members pass. It not just gives you access to the finals, but also all of the additional content that Alpha Live produce under the Slipstream banner. There is so much that Piers Pryor has been working hard behind the scenes to bring to you, including podcasts, including features, and of course, like we bring the finals to you later on today as well. We also have Dunk as well on Slipstream at the Rotax Festival, so that is another thing, but I don't want you to go and watch something else. You need to be keeping an eye on this. If you've got 2 screens you can watch both, feel free to do that, but you don't really want to take your eyes off this, let's be honest. It's great racing.
Certainly is. So, last bit, well, penultimate heat of the morning before we go into our aforementioned Slipstream members only section of the Slipstream broadcast for the finals this afternoon. Slightly more packed grid for this heat now, as we see drivers are forming up very quickly. It is always great to see the kind of synchronized formation that happens right at the end of the back straight. It almost looks like, oh, we're never going to get started here. And then as we head into the boot, oh yeah, we're ready to go. Well done to the drivers who, on the most part, all the formations tend to go really well. So, yeah, some good experience and racing driver abilities from these drivers as we head down through the first corner. False start there, not too surprised as the commentator's curse comes into effect. There wasn't really any formation down the tram line, so that is my fault. Apologies there.
The commentator curse is real. Always has been and always will be. But obviously it just means that they've got another lap to get their carts into temperature windows, and sorry, we're being sent some silly mock-ups of helmet designs with mustaches on at the moment, which we're going to ignore.
We are. The more and more pictures that get sent, the more and more it looks like another commentator of ours, Jake Palmer. So we've actually had a few carts having an issue with formation on track as we're having our own mustache-based issues. It is amazing how Mansell did it, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, racing, carts going. That's what we're here to talk about, and that's what we should do. I've just noticed as well. There's a Nigel Mansell signature on the side of that helmet design. Right, it doesn't matter. Right, carts coming round the boots again. They're all in formation. Everyone is getting ready for this second attempt at a start. So, into the tram lines. Do we go racing this time around? They are ready. They are ready. They are racing. Here we go. So Chiavera gets ahead. Obviously, Chiavera had a bit of an issue with the mechanical flag earlier on in that first heat. But you can see there's Senna gone around the outside, maybe taken second. Yes, he has. That puts Caden Hanley down in third place, side by side there. With him, that's 21 of Will Wainwright. Also had a bit of a tricky race. Managed to gain a couple of positions earlier on today, but that puts Will up into, I think he's in 4th position perhaps. So we'll have to see when they come over the start-finish time. Yes, in 4th position. There we go. So yeah, Will Wainwright has gained a position up into 4th place, and 3rd place is Jack Gould, I believe. So I think Caden Hanley's actually had an issue. Let's see as they come over the line. It's a bit difficult to see at the moment when they're all so close together. So, it's a bit of a touch there between the 777 of Freddie Fullerton and the 30 of Jack Reed. So Jack Reed had managed to make a lot of progress initially. Unfortunately, has dropped down a lot. So, yeah, Chiavera in 1st, Hugo Senna at 2nd. Caden Hanley, I do apologise, stayed in 3rd place. Will Wainwright got ahead of Jack Gould. So that is your positions as they follow at the moment. Chiavera obviously just wants a bit of redemption after that first heat this morning, where the HEATS, unfortunately, was a red flag. So that's that bit of contact that must have happened at the boot. Must have. Hang on, there's not a red flag on our screen. Yes, there we go. Red flag. Yeah. So I said the driver that got pulled out at the boot there. So obviously a bit of contact. Hope they're all good. Obviously the marshals will be taking a look, and if needs be, any medics might come and have a quick check on them just to make sure. But yeah, we hope that the driver is okay. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break to see what you can gain as a Slipstream member.
Slipstream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Thank you very much, Piers. Yes, he's done a lot of work behind the scenes, is Piers, to bring the Slipstream content to all of your screens. Obviously, it's great to have Piers along with us for this, and obviously with his podcast that he does along with Henry Burdett and Andrew Mather, which
no disdain there at all, Kieran.
we were just talking about Andrew Mather, because this whole thing about the mustache thing, it's gone a little bit wild behind the scenes here. There is a helmet that's been designed up with a mustache on, and it's just gone a little bit crazy. And all of that started because Andrew Mather made a comment about a driver being from the West Midlands, which is where I grew up, and I was speaking nicely about him. He didn't hear that and assumed I was speaking negatively about him. So, Andrew Mather, you're a commentator. You should get your facts straight first. You know.
We're gonna be starting a beef. I think there's gonna be.
It's all right. I'm seeing him next week, I think, anyway, so I can... Oh, for God's sake! Oh, no! Yeah, there we go. There is the AI photo that somebody's taken. I think that might be David White. There's the helmet design we were talking about as well.
Signed off by Nigel himself.
Exactly, with the camel livery as well.
Yeah. Got that all well sorted there. Shout out, by the way, Casey is watching, obviously commentated on it last time around, Jake Palmer. Thinking of you at this moment.
Why is that?
A brilliant moustache. Brilliant. And he will not mind me saying it's magnificent.
Oh,
I can only dream.
Yeah, I definitely can't grow one.
Yeah, no, I'm much in the same boat there.
Yes.
This is a top. I don't know how we'll come up with it, because I struggle to link it back to our viewers and audience and get those engaged. Let us know if you can grow a moustache. Or
yeah. Tell you what, right.
Are you a Nigel Mansell enthusiast? Are you a Nigel Mansell moustache enthusiast?
I'm going to ask Luke, our director, can you please put a poll in the chat of whether the viewers are able to grow a moustache or not? Just, let's see who is able to and who is not. I'm interested to see what the what the difference is in yes versus no's. So let's kind of bring the audience in from that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it looks like I think we're getting carts moved around, maybe with a viewer potentially getting them ready to go racing in a little while. I think with issues like that, it can be some. We never fully know what's going on. There's no point in speculating that much, but usually it's something like maybe a track barrier or something like that, or if the medic becomes unavailable for any reason, even if it's something that's gone on the paddock or in
exactly
for any reason, if the medic is no longer available to the track, we cannot continue to race. So big thank you to everyone behind the scenes for making sure that we're all good and safe and ready to go racing. Should be on the way short. This is our penultimate heat of the day. Penultimate heat of the morning before we do jump in. You've just seen the Slipstream advert before we do jump in to our finals, which will be broadcast this afternoon on our Slipstream exclusive section of the broadcast. The finals, if you don't opt to become a member today, and we would obviously recommend that you do, if you don't become a member today, they will be available free to 7 days from now, so you can catch up on the action. You'll just have to spend the week with your fingers in your ears going, la 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 la, no Wilson Milk Carton spoilers, please.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. There we go. Luke has put it in the chat now, so I'm just going to vote no, I can't. So there we go. So yes, please get in the chat and vote. Can you? Oh, there we got someone that says yes.
Somebody briefly said no and then said yes, according to my screen. So
someone's
undecided.
lying. Yeah. I think they're lying. But yeah, so yeah, get in the chat, take your vote now. I'm interested to see. So, the director's made a very good point. Movember is coming up, but that is a bit useless for people that actually cannot grow one.
Well, you got £6 towards your funds to start you off now.
I have an implant, like a hair implant on my face. But hey ho. Oh, it's now 50-50, so someone else has voted that they can. Motorsport Magpie. Yes, I can. Gonna take more than £20 though. So thank you for getting involved. It's now 60-40, so I think we're being outnumbered here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's probably the way.
Yes. But hey ho, karts. We should probably get back to those. The drivers are ready to get around and get underway once again. And I'm guessing we're going to have the full 8 minutes, because that was on the first lap, wasn't it? So we should have a... maybe? I don't know, actually. I'm not 100% sure what... I can't see on my screens about how long they're going to have, or if it's going to be a total restart. It's not actually said yet, has it? So I'll have to just wait and see what the race director decides to do. In the meantime, the marshal's there, just obviously double checking that everyone is good. Oh, someone's waving there. No, they're not. They're correcting a glove. Never mind. So marshal's obviously having a bit of a chat with the drivers. And in this instance, it's quite a difficult mentality for them, because they were in that very sort of adrenaline-fueled sort of run of racing, and now that they've kind of come to a halt, they've got to get back into that in just a second.
Absolutely. They certainly do, and the green flags are looking like they're being shown, so maybe? Or was that just... Yeah, I think we're getting ready to go very shortly. Remind the results from the first bit of Rotax Cadet action of the day. We've had Caden Hanley, Hugo Senna and Will Raymond on the podium. Harry Riley and Jack Gould also in the top 5 there. So they're the results from our first heat for this class. The carts are now underway and moving. They'll be getting formed up and ready to go racing very shortly.
Right, here we go once again. So, I think so they go around for another lap. Okay, so so we'll go for another rolling start. By the looks of it, what I can see on my time screen, and I can see on your time screen as well, is 8 minutes plus a lap. So I'm guessing they're just restarting it from fresh.
That would appear to be the case. I think we'll have proper confirmation through once the race actually goes green.
Yes.
And everything kind of updates, and we'll see for certain. We'll keep you posted on that, folks, as when that change. Either way, even with the full 8 minutes, it's still a short kind of sprint heat format. It's very hotly contested, and let's say we had some good running with our Rotax cadets for their first heat, as they now enter that tramline formation that they're going to carry through towards through the boot and towards the end of the lap to go racing, slowing themselves right down. Nice crawl round for the boot, which I imagine the drivers thinking, oh, I want more tyre temperature, but from a kind of logistical standpoint of getting everyone ready to go racing, it's probably the more optimal strategy.
Indeed, yes, absolutely. And as they come around the final corner to have their restart, let's see how the race unfolds into the tram lines. Here we go. Are we going racing this time around? A bit out of formation, but I think we are good. The clock is ticking down. We are racing. Here we go. Chiavera gets straight into the lead, and this time Caden Hanley has managed to stay on second place. Hugo Senna's not managed to get around the outside. Already you can see there Caden Hanley defending against. On the inside though goes Jake Gould on Hugo Senna. So Senna has gone from third down to fourth. That is not the start that he wanted. That is not the start that he had last time on the first start of the race. But here we go. He's right on the back bumper now of the 24, yeah. 24 of Jack Gould. So Jack Gould has been opportunist, but now look at the gap that's now started to form between the 88-24 and the first two of Chiavera and Caden Hanley as well. That is not really what they were wanting. Come round the final couple of corners now. Let's see what that gap is. Yeah, look at the gap of it there. So, fastest lap for Chiavera. The gap is just over half a second. Not one that you can't bring back down, but it's one that will be slightly tricky if they start to fight, which it looks like Hugo Senna up the inside, gets back at Caden Hanley, and gets back at Jack Gould, and gets back into third place. All of this is bringing Will Wainwright in to this pack of karts.
Side-by-side action through Ashby in the mid-pack and at the end of the field as well. Looks like Alexander Pietak and Nikodem Pietak having a fun battle there as well. Head on to the back straight with our leading drivers now. Number 71 of Wainwright we focused on for a moment there. We look there under pressure he is as he runs through the boot. And now we have a driver off. That's number 23 there of Nikodem Pietak. Unfortunately, off the course and effectively race ended there. What a shame it ends that way.
Yes, absolutely. Unfortunate for Nikodem, but hopefully in the final later on, there'll be another chance to redeem themselves. We've got 6 minutes remaining in this race as they go down towards Ashby at the moment, and Caravera and Caden Hanley are very, very close, so this potentially could be something starting to form there. There's another pack of 5 karts a bit further back as Marshall walks through the shot, having a keen eye on everything at the moment. Down into Osiers they go. This 5-way battle at the moment is the 777 back, I believe. That's Freddie Fullerton, Harry Riley, Tommy Delaney, Tommy Lovejoy and Teddy Shepherd. I think that's the pack that it is. Even so, at the front of the grid, it's a 0.4 second gap last time they went around. This time it's a 0.26 second gap. So they're very, very close. But here we go. Look at how close these drivers are as they came over the start finish that time around. It is indeed the 777 and Freddie Fullerton at the front of this little group. He goes defensive straight away as Harry Riley goes around the outside. He can't quite make the move as Freddie Fullerton had positioned his car perfectly there. Harry Riley is still trying to look around him, and Tommy Delaney is just waiting for something to happen. You can see there the kick of the back end of Harry Riley's car as he went onto the brake into Ashby. Side by side now into Wilkins down towards Osiers, and I think up the inside there, that was fantastic from Tommy Delaney. He jumped them both. That's exactly what he needed to do. He was in the perfect position, and you can see there Harry Riley shaking his head. He's not happy. He was too busy with Freddie Fullerton, and he lost the position to the it is Tommy Delaney. Yes, Tommy Delaney has got back both of them. But here we go. I think this is the battle for the lead now. It is the battle for the lead. Caden Hanley has got up past Caravera. Hugo Senna is in this battle as well. It is the top 3 vying for this race win.
Yeah, fantastic results for these drivers last time in our first heat of the day. They continue on that success to the second heat as well. Hanley losing out then the first half of this lap as the 118 of Vieira gets a front foot here. I don't think for a minute though it's over for Hanley. Right on the rear bumper of Vieira now as we run up through the back straight and down towards the boost. There is Senna there, and we have 4 karts now in with a shout of the lead of this race. Through the boot we go, the chicane to negotiate. Yet over the curbs they go. You see it just kicking the cart up into the air ever so slightly. That's number 21 of Will Wainwright joining in on the scene as well. Vieira about a cart length separating himself and Hanley as we run through Oblivion and down towards Christmas. Once again looks over the shoulder, does Kaio as Hanley goes for the outside and just waits for his opportunity, I think, to go for that overtake. Realised a lunge down the inside wasn't going to work. Vieira hard on the defence there, making that cart as wide as it possibly can be here in the remaining 3 minutes of this race.
Yes, absolutely. And one thing that's also worth mentioning is Caravera, because had that mechanical black flag in that first heat, hasn't had as much sort of experience battling with these drivers today as the others have had. And so that's going to be something that they've got to think about in this race, and especially going into the final a bit later on. Really try and learn what the other drivers are like when they're defensive, when they're attacking. And it's quite a difficult thing to do. But yeah, Caravera currently with a 0.25 second gap at the front of the field. Hugo Senna still in third with Caden Hanley in second, and Will Wainwright is right there with them. So we do have essentially a 4-way battle for the lead. So they've settled down for the time being. As we can see there, that Tommy Delaney is right on the back of Harry Riley. Harry Riley, obviously one of the big movers earlier on, and is currently trying to fend off that 333. Speaking of the big movers, here's that big pack we were looking at a bit earlier on. Actually, no, I think this is the leaders coming up on a back marker down the bottom of Osiers. Yes, they are. They're coming on the back of, is that Nicodem Piatak, or is that Jackson Foots? I think it's Foots, isn't it? It is, yes, Foots, yeah. So, really, he needs to get out of the way at the moment here because there you go. That is exactly why. Caden Hanley side by side with Caveira, side by side towards turn 1. How can he get past? Up the inside, and there we go. He takes the position away from Caveira. That's not what he wants. Hugo Senna now on the back of them as they try to get past Foots, pulling up left-hand side. That's exactly what he needs to do. Right, so there we go. Up at Christmas corner, he takes to the left-hand side and lets the 4 leaders get back past him. Will Wainwright is watching all of this, just waiting for someone to trip over, and he can take advantage. Hugo Senna still trying to make any sort of advancement that he can, but for the time being, Caveira has dropped down to second place with Caden Hanley up into the lead with just over a minute to go.
Yeah, they all make it through past the back marker in the end, all pretty much in sync, looking over the shoulder just to see how the rivals are looking. Now the Hanley and Vieira swap over once again. We have another couple of laps to play with here to try and get that done once more. In fact, yeah, 54 seconds left on the clock, and it's around about a 53-second lap at the moment, so we should have plenty more time in this race still to go. Mechanical flag comes in for Jack Gould there, but Senna has a look at the outside into Christmas. Hanley's on the defence all over the tarmac there, making that kart as wide as he can, or once more Vieira doing the same, because Senna is very much on the scene now. Wainwright just maybe waiting back ever so slightly, just watching it unfold in front of him to see where there might be an opportunity presenting itself, although having said that, following along with Senna quite nicely, almost kind of using Senna as a bit of a parting of the seas almost, working alongside him in that regard. But Hanley still controls this race. We run through the boot, and there is Vieira just attached to that rear bumper now, breaking away ever so slightly at some parts from Senna, but they are pretty much indistinguishable from each other at this moment.
Last lap, I'm guessing we're going on to, because they crossed the line. Unless it was a bit further back. No, I think we've still got 2 laps remaining. We've still got 2 laps. Yeah. Okay, that was close. That was very, very tight. We've still got 2 laps of this action to go with. You can see Caden Hanley just having a look over his shoulder to see where Caveira and Hugo Senna and Will Wainwright are at the moment. There's a little bit of a gap in between Vieira and Senna, so Vieira can focus on Hanley trying to get back past. So what do they do here? Do they try like half a lap to try and pull away, or do they just go, no, do you know what? I'm going for it. And I think that possibly is what they're going to do. Trying to have a quick look up the inside, but no, not quite. He's trying though, side by side on the bottom of Osiers, onto the back straight, and here we go into the boot. You can see Caden Hanley is very aware of where Caveira is, completely reacting to what he's doing, and now they're back as a foursome. Up the inside, not quite around the boot. Caden Hanley is surviving for his life at the moment. Now, here we go. This is the final lap. Look how close the front 4 are as we come through Oblivion for the last time of asking. Up towards Christmas corner, it's anyone's guess. He goes completely defensive. Caveira tries to get the left-hand side, and Hugo Senna is right on the outside. They're still in the positions as they were at the start. Now towards Ashby. Here we go. There's got to be an attack here. Straight defensive goes Hanley. Around the outside goes Vieira. Not quite, but on the inside, maybe Hugo Senna got the cutback. I think he did. I think he's there. Senna is into second place. Senna is now looking at the back of that 69 kart of Caden Hanley, with Caveira in third place. Will Wainwright still in fourth position. Here we go into the boot now. Is there any moves been made? I don't think so. A little bit of touch in between them. Rubbings racing. Here we go. Last couple of corners now. I think this is it. I think Caden Hanley has done everything he needs to do around the last corner. That was a fantastic drive. Caden Hanley takes that second heat win. Hugo Senna in second. Will Wainwright in third. Caveira down to fourth. A drag race between Cooper Gallo and Harry Riley for fifth place. And look at these drivers. Oh, that's such a shame to end that way for Jackson Foots. What a race, though, by everyone. That was absolutely astonishing.
That top 4 fight could have gone anyone's way. In the end, Hanley, Senna, Wainwright, Vieira is the order. Control of that race for so long, but just goes to show us how close, just how kind of error-free you need to be in the racing today in order to come out with the top rewards. So that's it for our Rotax Micro Cadet running for the morning. We're going to take a very, very quick break. And it is a very quick break, because we're going to go straight in to some more Junior Max action. It's our third heat for the Junior Maxes this morning.
Yes, it is the third heat, the final heat of the day, the third heat for the juniors. And we should explain why the juniors get 3 heats and everyone else gets 2. It's because it's a very popular category.
Yes.
And so this is the A versus C heat. So we had the B versus C first, then we had the A versus B, and now we've got the A versus C. So it's like 3 different groups and they all race against each other just to see where those finishing positions are. But here is the grid. Alex Shepherd and Blake Southern on the front row with Logan Hartshorn and Max Wheatley second. Harry Taylor and Aidan Clark on the third row. Tobias Johns and Finn Davenport, Kurthig Kamata, Nathan Rond, Finley Strang and Oliver Peters. Then we've got Ronnie Jones and Ashton Tabb, Joseph Baxter, Miles Cleworth, Jay Singh and Jensen Evans. Then Devin Taylor and Harley King, Louis Marshall and Alexander Stefanov, then Sam Green Gomez and Layla Fitzgerald. Then Samir Paul and Leonardo Palagi, Christian Kierhoff, then Henry Robinson, Adam Ashgar and Miles Burton. And that is your completely packed grid, 30 karts. It is a very, very popular category. And so this is the final race that they can race in to see where they're going to be starting for the final. And as I'm looking at it right now, they've got the B final and the A final. So everyone will end up in the final. And then the first... Do you know how many people it is that go through? Is it like 2-3 people that go through into the A final?
Yes, so there's a rep charge
yes.
up on through for a couple of those drivers.
Yes.
And it's worth noting, they are actually longer races as well for the finals.
Yes, they are.
So
yes.
slightly bigger grids overall.
Yes.
But we add on a couple of minutes, which is worth a couple more laps. There. And that does slightly change the dynamic of the race. Obviously, it becomes slightly less about just gunning for position and more. And you're thinking about the wider picture. You're thinking about your championship and a longer race in which to do that as well.
Exactly. Yes, and we saw in the last heat and indeed the first heat that the juniors, there is a lot to try and look at when these guys and girls are racing, and so we're going to be going up and down the grid. We're going to be looking at different battles here and there, and we'll do our best to keep up, but likely we won't be able to because it'll be that hectic.
It could well be action-packed, and if you want to stay tuned to this action heading in to the finals this afternoon, do make sure you are a SlipStream member. This will be the last race broadcast today, free to air. It's a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. If you want to watch those finals, you're going to have to become a member for the afternoon. But we're all formed up, we're all heading down those tram lines now and eager to get going by the looks of things. And we'll have to wait and see what the formation looks like for that one as we head through Oblivion and down towards Christmas. Southern versus Shepherd on the front row here. Nice bit of rotation in at Christmas there, as I think we're going to continue on with this one.
I think so, yeah. I was a bit sceptical about that one because they looked like they were going quite early, but race director is happy, so we are happy. And look at this gigantic back, a bit of a collection in the middle pack there. Yeah, a couple of carts off, but I think everyone is good and through it. Okay, yeah. You're off the track, but everyone survived and everyone is continuing to go. So everyone is starting to form into the battle packs that they will be racing in for the remainder of the race. Coming through the last couple of corners around the start-finish straight, let's have a quick look at what the top 10 looks like. So Blake Southern has kept... Alex Shepherd is up into the lead with Blake Southern down in second. Harry Taylor up into third with Logan Hartshorn down into fourth. Aidan Clark, Tobias Johns, Karthik Kameta. A bit of a collection there for second place between Blake Southern and Harry Taylor. Max Wheatley, Finley Strong and Nathan Ron. That is your top 10 as it stands right now. The gaps are completely minimal, so don't expect it to stay that way. As you go round down to the bottom of Osiers right now, and arguably Alex Shepherd is starting to build a little bit of a gap. You see some people dive bombing down into Osiers. It's a great overtaking opportunity if you can catch your opponent off guard. Through the heel of the boot now. There, you can see that little gap that Alex Shepherd has back to Blake Southern and Harry Taylor is interesting. So Harry Taylor up into second place now, trying to defend off Alex Shepherd, Logan and Aidan at the moment right behind him. But look at this train going up towards Christmas, up the inside there. That was fifth place of Aidan Clark, up the inside of Logan Hartshorn, and he just manages to make it work down into Ashby.
Brilliant stuff so far. just goes to show competitiveness throughout the field, especially with such a big grid as well. We've saw so many times so far. We've got a huge grid separated by so little time. I think we'll see that continuing on into the second half of this heat as well. Currently got about 10 seconds covering the entire pack, which is impressive, and it'll probably be the same later on. 5 minutes 40 seconds left to go in this one. Southern leads the charge ahead of Taylor as Harshon losing a couple of positions on that lap overall. Aidan Clark, new fastest lap of the race.
Yes, indeed. It's all in that period at the moment where everyone is just kind of settling into their positions, and you'll likely see it's a bit calmer for a couple of minutes. And then towards the end of the race, they'll start to fight and try and get those last positions for the final later on today. We were talking earlier about those condensed grids. If there's any issues, then it's not as much of a problem for them. Whereas if you make a mistake here up the inside there, I think that was Aidan Clark and Alex Shepherd by the looks of it. And now, yes, exactly. So Aidan Clark is up into third position. He started 6th place, he's in third, he's gained 3 positions so far. But it's a great showing already from the number 291. Go across the line. There we go. There is confirmation. Aidan Clark up into second place. Currently with the fastest lap of the race as well. Only 0.02 of a second quicker than the last lap set by Blake Southern in the lead of this race. And Harry Taylor is not letting the number 100 car get away from him. He is still there. And impressively as well, the gap back to Aidan Clark is basically non-existent. I thought with the amount of moving around those positions we're making, you'd expect a gap there, but no, they've managed to stay within arm's length of this gap. But look at that, they're still in that at the front leading train. So that is very, very impressive from Aidan Clark to still be there even after making those positions.
Yeah, it is often the drivers are most in awe of are those that can have those scraps, as you say, while still being at race leading pace pretty much, as they've closed up quite nicely now, have Taylor and Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. He's closed up very, very quickly. Over that last lap, he gained another 0.3 of a second. So Aidan Clark clearly is finding his groove, and he's liking this kart on this track at this point in time. He's feeling very, very comfortable. And arguably what he needs to do at the moment is work with Harry Taylor to get back up to Blake Southern, because there's a massive charging pack of karts right behind him that he needs to get away from. Speaking of charging packs of karts, here we go. This is the number 91 train. Finn Davenport in the 11th place. Behind him is Oliver Peters, Ronnie Jones and Miles Cleworth. So they're fighting for that 11th place, just on the cusp of the top 10, and it's very, very fierce as we come on to another lap. You see the shake of the head there from Oliver Peters, so he's not happy with something at the moment. Round we've got Oblivion up towards Christmas Corner. Let's have a quick look. You can see there Oliver Peters just ducking his head in the slipstream. They're spreading out, but still they stay line astern. Bit of a move a bit further back, but for the time being, they are still in their positions. Down to Ashby, you can see he's confident. He's not going to make a move. So he stays to the left-hand side. He gets the braking zone completely bang on. I think I saw a bit of an instance a bit further back, but I think everyone is just about okay. Side by side there with the 17 and the 70. That is Miles Cleworth getting past Ronnie Jones. And now it's Ronnie Jones' turn to get on the back of Oliver Peters. So this 4 pack of karts has now turned into 2 pairs, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gap comes back down once again. Speaking of gaps coming down once again, the gap at the front of the field is still at half a second, so they're not making too much inroads at the moment. And actually, the lap times between first, second and third are separated by 0.03 of a second. So they are so on it with each other. They cannot close up, but they cannot get away from each other either. So it just goes to show how competitive all of these drivers are against each other.
No, it really does, particularly obviously the 2 DHR karts are Harry Taylor and Aidan Clark as well. So imagine familiar with each other, hopefully giving each other the right respect. They seem to be, so far, they seem to be having a really thoroughly enjoyable race. So well done to everyone involved for that. I've seen plenty of looks over the shoulder down the back straight. That is the number 222 of Samir Paul that we're on board with, just ahead of Jay Singh as they navigate their way around the final corner. Jay Singh actually getting past Samir Paul this time around, and back towards the Christmas corner we go. This is a huge fleet of cars now kind of separating out and running up towards a Christmas. Bit of dirt being kicked up, bit of dust being kicked up into Ashby's. That's just how fraught and just how on the edge these karts are, wiggling around on the braking.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've got to think about the fact that, like, most of these drivers are having to think about not just who's in front, but who's behind. Or not just who's behind, but who's in front. And so they've got to position their carts where they can defend and attack at the same time. Not lose any positions, not lose any time. There's a lot to think about when you're in the middle pack. It's quite a precarious situation to be in, and it's a testament to how good these drivers are, that they can do it to the absolute edge. And you've just seen they've just been flicked up. They are pushing the carts to the absolute max of what they are capable of, and they are still line astern with each other. They're not gaining, they're not losing. It's really impressive showing. On the other side, maybe there went the 67, I think that was, of Jay Singh on Harley King. But I didn't quite see how that ended up. I think he may have got past, but yeah, so there's fighting happening all up and down. Now, let's have a quick look at the front of the field. Look how close they are. Blake Southern and Harry Taylor, they are so close once again as they come over the line. Let's see what the gap is. It's 0.31. This is on. We've got 2 laps remaining of this race now. So, if you're Harry Taylor, what do? You've got this gap to Blake Southern, but you've also got a very small gap back to Aidan Clark. What do you do if you're each driver? Do you attack? Do you defend? Do you kind of play it safe? Arguably, Aidan Clark's best bet at the moment is to hope Blake and Harry have some sort of an instant together where they kind of run each other wide. He can take them both. Blake Southern wants Harry and Aidan to get caught up with each other, and Harry's just kind of going, so there's a lot going on as we come round the boot now for the penultimate time in this race. It's the penultimate time in the junior heats. On to the final lap of the race now. Blake Southern has a good look behind him to see where Harry Taylor and Aidan Clark are. I don't think he's close. Look how wide he's going. He is pushing that car as fast as he possibly can. Up into Christmas corner. He is so close. On the back bumper of that 100 cart now. Round the top right-hander towards Ashby. I don't think he's close enough at the moment. So his next potential overtaking opportunity is going to be into the boot. He needs to really put his cart in the right position. Down into Osiers. He's not got it at the moment. Can he get a good run out of here? It's good, but I don't think it's good enough. I think Blake Southern might have done enough. He tries. Look how wide he's having to take the cart. Look how narrow he's trying to take his lines. But Blake Southern has done everything he needed to do. He comes round the final corner and he takes that heat win ahead of Harry Taylor and Aidan Clark. That is fantastic racing on show from all 3 of them.
What a drive from all 3 leaders there. Really remarkable stuff. Clark takes the fastest lap of the race on that final lap in the midst of battle there. Which goes back to what we said. Really strong driving to be thinking about getting one up on your opponent while also just maintaining a really fine line in your cart as well. I mean, that's not to take away plaudits from the likes of Shepherd, Hartshorn and Wheatley. It also had a great race. Plenty of other lovely bits of action as well, the likes of Jay Singh, Samir Paul further down the order. Miles Cleworth involved in some good tussles as well. Miles Burton made up 14 positions in that race overall, 30th up into 16th. Now that is a remarkable drive there. So as we say, the class throughout the field there. Want to give a quick shout out to Little Luke. Is that? I've got that. No, Little Luke, sorry, who has just joined our Slipstream members club, has just picked up a Slipstream Pass. Big thank you for doing that. And that Slipstream Pass is how you're going to be able to watch this afternoon's finals as we see these drivers coming in to have their carts assessed. That is it for the free-to-air action from Wilton Mill Kart Club today. The Slipstream broadcast powered by Live will continue on after a lunch break here at the track, but it will be for Slipstream Pass holders only. So if you haven't already, do make sure you grab one of those.
Indeed, yes, there is so much still to come, and if the heats are anything to go by, then the finals are going to be very, very, very special. So do indeed get yourself a Slipstream Pass if you don't already, and if not, then the finals will be free to watch in 7 days' time. So next weekend, you will be able to watch them free. But if you have the Slipstream Pass, you can stay with us while we get onto the final a little bit later on. But yes, it's been a very interesting morning. Lots of great action, lots of fantastic racing from all of the drivers. I don't even have any predictions for the final, to be honest. No,
I think there's so many. There's a few names in kind of championship leading positions that maybe aren't present today for whatever reason. You know, there's lots of events going on, but it's some holidays, yes. And there's also various reasons why people might not be here. So it's allowing some of those names that perhaps we haven't seen quite at the top end of the order now showing what they can do, and it's going to make for a particularly interesting afternoon as we see those drivers come up. It's also going to have particular consequences later on into the season as well, as we start to see, oh, hang on, they did very well round 5. So much to take away from this afternoon's action, so don't go anywhere.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.